Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay, technical difficulties on this end, but here we are up and running. So good morning. My name's Catherine McGarry. I'm the Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of today's statutory public meeting. This morning, we have 3 statutory public meetings under the Ontario Planning Act. We will be taking a 30-minute recess for lunch at noon today. We hope to have heard from most of our delegations, but if not, at that time we will recess and then return for the remainder of speakers, including those who wish to call in on our public meeting line. At the conclusion of the statutory public meetings today, Council will take a recess and then reconvene at 5 p.m. this evening for a regular special Council meeting to consider the other items on the agenda. So let's move forward with our agenda. I'm going to ask the clerk to take a roll call so that we know who's meeting with us today. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Atshade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Mehta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will be joining us shortly. Councillor Mann may be joining us shortly as well. Councillor Reid will be joining us shortly. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
And Mayor McGarry.
Present. Thank you. In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff that we have joining us today. And joining us electronically, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Yogesh Shah, our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields, our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime. We also have staff from other divisions joining us this morning, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. The clerk for this morning's meeting is Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Coordinator, and we're also joined by our City Clerk, Danielle Manton, Jennifer Shaw, our Deputy City Clerk, and Michael Oliveri, Council Committee Services Coordinator. So thanks again to our technology staff, Ayesh De Silva, who's assisting with logistics for today's meeting. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. Now, just a reminder to members of Council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of Council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. So members of Council, are there any items or declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda for today. We have 3 statutory public meetings under the Ontario Planning Act. I'm going to call upon staff to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of the statutory public meeting. Afterwards, I will call for our pre-registered delegations, then open the phone lines to any members of our virtual audience who have tuned in to our live stream on YouTube of today's meeting and wish to speak to the item. Members of our virtual audience wishing to speak to the item before us today may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Again, this number, 519-740-4680, extension 4799. City staff are certainly on hand to monitor and receive calls to this number during the course of the statutory public meetings today. This number is also available on our City website, our agenda, and on the live stream of our meeting located on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. I remind members of Council and the public that there's no debate of the item in the public meeting. And I also remind Council that this statutory public meeting item will be before Council a second time with a recommendation report, and today's process is for public consultation. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on a planning application. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports and/or decisions on the matter, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our planning division. That contact information for the staff member associated with the public meeting will be shared as part of their presentation at the end, so be prepared for that. So we're excited to be here with you again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting and another reminder that we're all in this together. We need to continue to do our part so we can continue to make progress post-pandemic. Today's first statutory public meeting is agenda item 5.1, Public Meeting Report 22-036-CD 180 Grow Avenue, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, and that is for 180 Grow Avenue Limited. We're going to hear from staff, the consultants, and then move to pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. So I'm going to ask that council hold off on any questions for staff or the consultant until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. So today we're going to begin with the presentation from Rachel Green, Senior Planner, who will provide an overview of this report. Rachel, welcome, and please begin.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Rachel Green, Senior Planner, and I'm here today to provide an overview of the proposed development at 180 Grow Avenue, application number OR 1421. Next slide. The purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act, and those interested in receiving future information regarding this application are encouraged to contact me through my email, which is listed on each slide. Next slide, please. This timeline overviews the planning review process and where we're at today. We are having a formal public meeting to introduce the proposal to council and the public for consideration. Staff will continue to review this application after today's meeting and provide a future recommendation report to council. Next slide, please. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Grow Avenue and Bechtel Street, adjacent to Jacob Hespeler Secondary School. The surrounding area is generally comprised with institutional and employment lands, including office and industrial uses, with commercial uses being located in the community node at Holiday and Drive to the west. And residential uses are located further down Bechtel Street to the north. The subject lands were previously used as a metal plating facility until 2010. In 2016, the former industrial building was demolished and the site is currently vacant. The site is currently designated as business, industrial, and employment corridor in the official plan and is zoned M2, M3 industrial in the zoning bylaw. There is an existing wetland that is located on the property at the rear of the site, which is regulated by the GRCA. The property is located just outside of the regeneration area boundary, which includes the properties on the north side of Grow Avenue, but do not include the properties on the south side. The proposal would be considered an employment land conversion. The region of Waterloo is currently undergoing a municipal comprehensive review process, which includes the review of employment land needs and conversions. The region and the city have both endorsed the request for conversion of the subject lands to a non-employment use. However, the final approval of the regional official plan amendment will be required prior to making a final recommendation on the subject applications. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a residential development with 288 stacked townhouse units, resulting in a density of 75 units per hectare. The units will be organized into 12 blocks, creating courtyards between the blocks, and the proposed height is 3.5 stories tall. The development is proposing a total of 518 surface parking spaces. This is 86 additional spaces beyond what is required in the zoning bylaw and is intended to be used for public access to the adjacent sports fields. The proposal will also include a holding provision subject to the receipt of a record of site condition. And the development is proposed to be condominium tenure. And the provision of affordable housing has not yet been determined. Next slide, please. This is the concept plan. The townhouses front onto Bechtel Street, and the parking provides a setback to the adjacent industrial property to the west, although right now on the screen it looks like it's to the south. And you can see the additional surplus parking located adjacent to the school property. A site-specific provision is requested to reduce the setback from parking to a habitable room from 6 meters to 4.5 meters. And you can see that along the first row of parking compared to where the units are proposed. And you can also see the surveyed wetland on the property as well, where development is currently outside of. Next slide, please. This diagram shows the proposed massing of the 3.5-story townhouses. The detailed design would be further reviewed through site plan process should the application be approved. Next slide, please. Consideration in reviewing this application will include conformity to provincial, regional, and local planning policies, employment land conversion policies, the appropriateness of the proposed residential density at this location and compatibility with the existing surrounding land uses, the appropriateness of the site-specific provisions required to facilitate the development, and an appropriate interface with the existing school site, considerations for a record of site condition, as well as the natural heritage features on the site, and comments received from members of council, public, and commenting agencies. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that the report be received today and that the application be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Next slide, please. If you wish to receive further information on this property, please feel free to reach me at my contact information listed on this slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you for providing your details on how to contact you at the last screen there. So I'm going to ask that council hold off on questions until we hear next from the consultant and then the delegations afterwards. So we're going to next welcome Dave Aston, Vice President, Partner, MHBC, who will provide a presentation. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning, Mayor McGarry and members of council. It's strange to say good morning, but here we are. So thank you for coordinating the public meeting for this application this morning. I do want to thank Rachel for her overview. I'll try and keep my overview of the policies and the background short, but wanted to have a presentation just to share some items. You can see on this slide the location of the site, some general massing associated with what's being proposed, and the locational context of the lands. So what's being proposed is a residential development of 75 units per hectare, or 288 units, a private street access from Bechtel Ave and Bechtel Street and Grow Ave. The site is a brownfield redevelopment. Our client's been working with the ministry for years now in cleaning up the site. And the buildings were previously demolished based on a request from the city. So our client's been working closely with the city to see these lands be cleaned up and repurposed for development. The lands are not within a provincially significant employment zone, and conversion is supported by the region and city. And that's an important point to keep in mind. I'm going to come back to that in context of one of the comments made by Ms. Green on the process. Pedestrian connections throughout the site, Grow Ave, Bechtel Ave, we're exploring a way to connect to Holiday Inn Drive. We think there may be an option there, and we're working with adjacent property owners to look at that. There's a linear common amenity space between the buildings. The locally significant wetland area, again, locally significant, not a PSW, but that area is being maintained. Potentially, there may be opportunity for an amenity or a trail in that area. Again, we'll work through details of that. Parking and TDM measures, and as you're all aware, the location of this site, it really is in that node and has great access to amenities, commercial area, and schools. The proposed amendments are to redesignate the lands to high-density residential and rezone to high-density residential. And some of the Ms. Green covered the details of the request. I do want to speak to a bit the comment about that this application needs to wait for the region. My opinion is it doesn't. The lands are not in a provincially significant employment zone, which allows an applicant to make an application to be considered in advance of the municipal comprehensive review. So because the lands are outside of the provincially significant employment zone, the provincial policy allows for council to consider this application before the municipal comprehensive review is approved by the region. So we shouldn't be concerned about the timing of the region's plan. And I'm happy to discuss that further with staff, but I think that's an important consideration as it relates to timing for the application. The concept plan, as we went over, stacked townhouses, there'll be some refinements. This will need to go through site plan approval. And as you can see in this concept, there's the Canada Tool building. The concept plan has been prepared in context of making sure there's appropriate distance separation and ability to mitigate noise on these lands from Canada Tool with no impact to Canada Tool. Over time, we're looking and considering that those areas, the Canada Tool area will transition to an alternative use. And again, this concept would provide for consideration of development of those lands should that occur. The parking area to the north, you can see that it was labeled surplus parking. Again, that's something our client's been talking to the school board, the city over the years on opportunities for additional parking. That's something that could be further discussed. So we've shown that area there for future discussion. So the concept speaks to landscape design elements along Bechtel Street and Grow Ave. You can see the pedestrian connection, really an extension of Bechtel Street. There is an existing hydro easement through the adjacent lands and the school board property. So again, we'll look to an opportunity for a connection to Holiday Inn Drive from Bechtel Street, and protection of the wetland, and just the overall design principles that Rachel did a good job covering off. This just shows massing again. What we're proposing, a 3-4 story stacked townhouse, depending on which grade level you're at. We had to work quite a bit with the grade to, I'll call it the north end of the site, or the Bechtel bulb end of the site here. As if you know the property, it drops as it drops down toward Holiday Inn Drive. So the units that are closest to Grow Ave and Bechtel actually sit up a bit higher. The property will then fall a bit, and the units at the end of the bulb will be a bit lower. So the grade transition will break up the site. I know as a flat, it looks like a lot of mass and surface parking just at one spot, but the grades will allow us to landscape and design to break up the massing. As far as technical reports, the typical were submitted: functional servicing, stormwater management, geotechnical, planning report and design brief, noise study, which assessed road noise, and stationary noise, which looked at, as I mentioned, Canada Tool, but also other industrial uses in the area, including the Samuel Steel property. And all of that information was put into recommendations that would be implemented through future development approvals in the way of noise conditions or mitigation requirements. And then a transportation impact study was also completed. So with that, our conclusions, we believe the proposal is supporting all levels of government objectives for intensification in a built-up area. It's providing for additional housing choice in the area. The lands are not in a provincially significant employment zone. The site represents a significant investment in area and transition. And as I mentioned, our client working to clean up the site, I'd also note that our client worked with the city in paying approximately 3.5 million in back taxes on the property to the city. So that was not their obligation. That was something that came with the property, but they worked with the city to make sure the site's cleaned up from a financial perspective as well as a soils and brownfield perspective. Consideration's been given to existing uses in the area. The area is planned to transition over time. That's what the official plan is talking about as far as a node and regeneration area. And as I mentioned, a mix of housing type to support the community and surrounding area. And that's what I have for today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Dave, for your presentation. And as suggested, council will hold off on questions until after we hear from our delegations. So now that we've heard from both the staff and the consultant, we'll now hear from our pre-registered delegation to Public Meeting Report 22-036 CD 180 Grow Avenue, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, 180 Grow Avenue Limited. And I wanted to remind the public that should you wish to call in to speak to this item, you may call in at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Staff are on standby to receive your call. But in the meantime, we'll go to our first pre-registered delegation, and that's Derek Coleman. So we'll get David in on the line. I see Councillor Reid has just joined us. Councillor Reid, do you have any declarations of pecuniary interest to declare for this meeting?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Dr. Coleman, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
I am. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Good, and I can hear you loud and clear. Just give me a moment to make some remarks, and then I'll let you know when you can get going. But a reminder, Dr. Coleman, that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up. But you will hear a bell at the 4-minute mark, and that gives you a minute to wrap up. So I understand that you do have a presentation. So we're going to get it up on, I'm going to get it up on the screen now, and just, we've got the first slide there, and just let the clerk know when you want the slide advanced. So welcome, and good to hear your voice.
Thank you again, Your Worship and Council. Just to refresh you briefly, I'm a Hespeler resident of 45 years, but significantly, I have more than 50 years experience in environmental and ecological consulting and planning in Ontario, with more than 200 occasions when I've been accepted by the courts and tribunals to provide expert opinion evidence. I also pass by this site regularly as it's on my route to Zayers, the beer store, and the LCBO. If the clerk could put up the second slide. I have actually, I'm in favor of redevelopment of this site. It's been a bit of an eyesore for a long time, and I'm very pleased with the general nature of the proposal, and particularly the extra parking. There are, however, issues with what has happened on the site and its current condition. Next slide, please, clerk. That'd be number 3. This is the property in 2019, looking down Bechtel Avenue. You'll see there are some substantial trees along the border, both along Bechtel and Grow Avenue. Next slide, please. This is the property on May 14th, 2021, roughly the same view. The features have been completely removed. The trees are gone, and I did file a complaint that because there were no permits granted either for the removal of public or private trees, and that matter is currently being resolved through prosecution that I believe is going to be finalized on June 10th with a resolution. Next slide, please. This is the devastation that occurred on the property. If I could go to the final slide, that'd be number 6. I have a substantial concern, of course, with what happened to those trees, and I do have 3 matters that I'd like to address in terms of the summary that's shown here. First, in my experience, a municipality such as this, where developers come in and remove the features, should not be processing the application till the removal of those features has been fully and satisfactorily addressed. So we really should not be here. There should be pressure on the developer for resolving the issues, and you should not be processing the application at this point in time. Secondly, the property in being reviewed should be treated as if the features are still there, so that there isn't an unjust enrichment, as would occur in this case, with the developer having gone in and taken out the trees that would have resulted in a zone along the 2 street frontages to protect them to at least the drip line, and that does reduce the developability of the property. The developer should not benefit from the actions that he took. Finally, those trees should be replaced in kind and not with just the small 1 or 2 meter whips that will take 40 to 50 years to develop. Those trees were 50 to 70 years old and very substantial, and would have been a very attractive part of the development. Instead, we're left with that devastated landscape that you've seen. So I would ask that staff consider those suggestions and provide comment on them in their report. To me, it's a little bit disappointing that neither staff nor consultant mentioned what had happened on the property. That's my concluding comment, Your Worship, and I guess I would be available for any questions at this point.
Thank you very much for taking the time to delegate with us this morning. I'm just going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. I have a couple here, so I'm going to start with Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf, please pose your question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Dr. Coleman, thank you for your presentation. Do you have any idea how many trees were taken down?
Yes, I have a count. Sorry, I don't have the exact numbers before me. There were, a lot of trees in the valley were cut, but the substantially important ones are on the street frontage. And I believe there were about 15 public trees and about the same number of on the private side of the property. So roughly 30 to 40 trees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question next from Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Yes, through the Mayor McGarry. Dr. Coleman, the trees had been taken out, and you're suggesting that large trees be spaded in. What diameter would you expect those trees to be, sir?
Well, the trees that were taken out were in the order of 15 inches. Large trees are difficult to handle in that way, but it should be up to about 6 inches diameter. So they provide the immediate benefits of shade and attractive landscape view, and you don't have to wait 40 years for them to grow to size.
And what, through the chair, and what would the survival rate be expected for those trees, Dr.
Well,
Coleman?
those trees would receive special attention, watering and fertilization, and they'd have their tops trimmed back so that there isn't so much pressure till they establish their roots. So I would expect a good 90% survival. Might require if one or two out of the number that are planted to replace don't make it, I don't think that would be a huge loss as long as we have a substantial portion.
And how many trees and of what species?
That would be determined through consultation with the arborist and landscape people. Certainly, about half the trees were pine, and half were deciduous, maple, and so a mix like that provides both summertime and wintertime attractiveness, having the coniferous trees there. And that would be the proper proportions, about 50-50.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman.
Thank you. And Councillor Devine asked the question I was going to ask, so we're all on the same page. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for delegating with us and taking the time. And you can continue to follow along with this item if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. But thanks very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
That is the end of our pre-registered delegations for this particular item, members of council. So with no further pre-registered delegations for the public meeting, I'm going to open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to agenda item 5.1 Public Meeting Report 22-036-CD 180 Grove Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 180 Grove Avenue Limited. Again, individuals that wish to speak to this item can call in on our line at 519-740-4680 extension 4799. And we're just going to take just a 1 minute pause here and see if anyone calls into this line. And this will be our first call out. We do have a call coming in. We're just trying to get the details here, and I'll let you know in just a moment. Well, welcome back, everyone. As I said, we've received one delegation to speak to this public meeting item. So we are looking to bring Matthew Rogers into our call. Matthew, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, I can hear you too. Thanks for calling in this morning. Just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the item that you're speaking to, that you are remain respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions from council. So if you're going past the 4-minute mark, you will hear a bell at 4 minutes, and that'll give you a minute to wrap up. And Matthew, if you wouldn't mind staying on the line afterwards, there may be questions of clarity for you from members of council, and I'll guide you through that process. So welcome, and please begin.
All right, perfect. I appreciate the time and attention this morning, so thank you everyone for that. First off, let me just say that putting residential in this location was going to happen eventually. If not now, then later it would have. This whole area, which is still primarily industrial land uses, will see great change over the coming years, turning into likely a mixed-use community within a community, which I don't think is a bad thing. Its proximity to the 401, short distance to the future LRT station at Pine Bush and 24, a very literal stone's throw from grocery stores, plural, multiple, drugstores, restaurants, elementary schools, secondary schools, and a short walk to downtown Hespeler. I believe this is a scenario where only building stacked townhouses is just irresponsible. What I'm about to say may scare some people, maybe even some members of council, but I promise you it's not the end of the world that you might think it is. This site is primed for density, and the application at 410 Queen, regardless of where that goes, has shown us that there is an appetite for not only more housing in the area, but different types of housing. Excuse me. A house in the suburbs isn't what everyone wants anymore, and we need to start accommodating that at an appropriate scale in the housing that we allow to be built. What I believe should be explored is an increase in density and a diverse range of housing types within the site. This includes mid-rise 5/1 condo units, which, just for perspective here, would be similar in height to the football light posts there that run along Bechtel. So, nothing crazy tall. As well as a shorter apartment or condo tower of maybe 10 or so floors, potentially in certain spots up in the air. But anyway, along with some along with retaining some of the proposed stacked townhouses. To see this kind of idea in more detail, I'll be creating a Twitter thread shortly under a hashtag 180grow if people are interested, where I've sketched out an alternate concept plan, and in that thread I'll explain more about the concept plan itself and the buildings associated. Much like Dr. Coleman, I've been a Hespeler resident for most of my life, and as we speak, I am looking out of my bedroom window across the sports field and at the site. So I don't think I won't be impacted by the development because I'm quite familiar with the site and its surroundings. And so, yeah, that's really all I have to say about that. And thank you, Madam Mayor, and all the councillors and everyone else here for the time and the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for taking the time to call in. I'm just going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions of clarity for you. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for calling into our statutory public meeting. You can continue to follow along with this item if you so wish at the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you. Will do.
Thanks so much.
No worries. Bye-bye.
So we are going to do a second call out for anyone that wishes to call in for statutory public meeting 22-036-CD 180 Grow Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment 180 Grow Avenue Limited. So we're going to take 5 minutes now, so you may take your camera and microphone off, and we'll reconvene to see if there's anybody wishing to call in to 519-740-4680 extension 4799. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received. We didn't get any with this last 5-minute call out. So we've heard from all of those that requested to speak today. So before going to putting the motion on the floor, I'm going to ask council now if they have any questions for the consultant and staff today. And once we're through questions only, then we'll place a motion on the floor and then move to debate and comments. But I remind council that today the item is only before us for receipt, and that we are to refer this report back to staff so that they can move ahead with a recommendation and a subsequent report for us at a future meeting. So now I'm going to go to questions of our consultant. We still have Dave on the line here, and I'll look to members of council who may want to ask any questions. Councillor Wolf, please pose your question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this question is for Dave. Dave, is there room on the site to replace the 40 trees that were taken down?
Through Mayor McGarry to Councillor Wolf, just to clarify a couple things on the tree removal. Our client has been working with city staff, and there is a resolution as it relates to the trees within the city right of way. And we'll work through, really it'll be at site plan where we start to look at tree replacements as part of that process. I do also want to just clarify that some of the removals internal to the site were completed by hydro as a result of the maintenance associated with the hydro lines. But yeah, there will be room to replace trees, whether they're internal to the site or maybe even some enhancement associated with the wetland area. But for sure, we will be looking to compensation associated with the removals in the city right of way. And really our goal is to create a great streetscape for Grove Ave and Bechtel Street in the future in any event, so that those areas will not just be street trees, but there'll be a lot of great landscaping along that streetscape.
I'm just going to step in there and just remind members of council that this item is before the courts on June 8th. And so we will be seeing a recommendation coming back from staff in the future. So I would just caution council members in view of this that we need to be very cautious about how we're talking about this until the court date has passed. Councillor Wolf, do you have any other questions?
I have one other question about the townhouses they showed us.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Okay. The townhouses from the picture, we saw a lot of stairs going up to the townhouse for the entrance. At the back, would there be an at-grade entrance?
Through Mayor McGarry, at this point, there's no planned at-grade entrances for this style of townhouse, the way that they're stacked. I don't know that there's the potential for consideration of any of that given some of the grading in the area. But at this point, the grading doesn't work for those style of townhouses to have an at-grade entrance.
Okay, because I just am concerned about accessibility. Even if the people who are living in them can get in, often a guest can't. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Dave, I'm not gonna talk about the trees. I would ask that, I mean, I think it's a good development, to be honest with you, very good development. But I would ask that yourself and the builder have a look at some of the accessibility issues. I mean, clearly there needs to be some units that are more accessible. So I would ask that you would look at that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands, so I'm just going to ask quickly about the wetland. I don't imagine that it's a provincially significant wetland, but are there, will you be mitigated any runoff or salt or any of those kinds of issues that into the wetland from your site?
Mayor McGarry, it's not a provincially significant wetland, that's correct. But yes, the EIS and the servicing and stormwater management have considered design associated with that type of matter as far as runoff. The majority of the site actually will be captured within the existing infrastructure within the area. And then the runoff would be partly treated through oil and grit separators and other matters so that it's appropriately considered. And those details we would work through with city staff and GRCA as part of the site plan review.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, are there questions for staff, members of council, before we put the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'm going to now ask for the motion to be put on the floor. And Councillor Devine, this is your motion. Will you please read it?
I would ask that the city clerk read that out, please.
Sure.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk?
And I'd like to speak on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go to you after. Absolutely.
So public meeting report 22-036-CD, 180 Grow Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, bracket 180 Grow Avenue Limited, bracket. That report 22-036-CD, public meeting report 180 Grow Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, bracket 180 Grow Avenue Limited, be received. And that application OR 14/21 for 180 Grow Avenue be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Devine, go ahead. You have the floor. Councillor Devine, you have the floor.
Thank you, through the chair. This land is sat for a long time. It's right across from the school, two schools actually. And what the staff and the developers done, I think they've done a very, very good job. These are homes that are townhomes that young families will purchase. Schools are right there. The shopping is just around the corner. You've got your Shoppers Drug Mart. You've got Zehrs. You've got everything you need. I don't think we need to go higher density than this on that particular spot, because there's going to be other spots where the density will be higher as we go through this exercise, because there's a number of locations in that area. This will never ever be commercial property again. So I think what developers done, they've done a great job. Okay, and there's the tree issue. Okay, and I'm sure that can be mitigated. I think what Dr. Coleman had to say, he's right on that. So I also think that as we go through this exercise, we're needing homes in the region, we're needing homes in the city of Cambridge. I also think, if at all possible, I'd like to see staff try and expedite this particular piece. Because the other thing that in that area, if you ever spend any time in that area, we've got the JAG football field, soccer. And during meet days, it gets pretty busy in through there. And there's generally the parking is pretty limited. And with those 86 parking spots that are going to be put in next to the school, I think that's a wonderful addition. Okay, and that particular property will be finished off well. But I'd like to see some, maybe some challenge units there as well. So I'm all in favor of it. I really am. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I do think this is a good place for development, and I'm very happy to see another brownfield cleaned up. And I think housing is appropriate on this location. three concerns. One is accessibility, as Councillor Devine also mentioned. So I'd like to see some units for sure that are accessible. Affordability. I'd like to see affordable units as well. And if there are not affordable units, I would definitely want to see a per unit donation to our affordability fund. And thirdly, I am concerned about the trees. So I would hope that whatever happens on later this week or next week at the court, that trees are replaced on site. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions and seeing none, any comments now from members of council? And seeing none, I just wanted to add that I would agree that this is a great redevelopment for that particular site. I think it will really enhance the fields and the school next door. It'll certainly add in much needed housing and good options for people, for not just Cambridge, but you know, to come in and live in our community, especially if they are getting a new job, and some of the new jobs that are coming online in the city of Cambridge. It's good news all around. Seeing no further questions or comments, I'm going to have Madam Clerk call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Today's second statutory public meeting is agenda item number 5.2, Public Meeting Report 22-051-CD, 200 Dundas Street South, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Pure Land Investments, Inc. Again, we'll hear from staff, then consultants, then move to any pre-registered delegations following by anyone who wishes to call into this item. So again, I'm going to ask council to hold off on any questions until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. So today we're beginning a staff presentation from Jacqueline Hanneman, Senior Planner Development, who will provide an overview of this report. Welcome, Jacqueline. There you are. And we'll get the presentation up on the screen and just remind the clerk as to when you want to advance the slide. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors, and all in attendance at today's meeting. I'm Jacqueline Hanneman, a Senior Planner of Development for the City of Cambridge. So I'll be starting off this public meeting today with a presentation regarding the proposed development at 200 Dundas Street South. For purposes sake, the file number of this project is OR02/22. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the public meeting is to introduce council and the public to the proposed development. There will be no recommendations or decisions made at this meeting in terms of approving this application. The applicant has submitted applications for both official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate this proposed development. The applicant is proposing to construct a 5-story building with 3 commercial units on the ground floor and 40 dwelling units on floors 2 through 5. So more details will be provided later in the presentation, and I'm sure by the applicant as we move forward. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a very simple figure of where we're at in the planning process to date. The applications have been received by the city, deemed to be complete applications, and circulated to city divisions, external agencies for review and comment. So we're currently still reviewing and commenting on this file. And now we're at the public meeting stage, which would introduce this proposed development to council and the public to receive questions and comments from council and public at this time. All comments submitted will be reviewed and considered by city staff and included in a future recommendation report to council. So there is a slight chance that this proposal could change after all these comments and questions and things are received and analyzed. So just be aware of that when we're showing the concepts for the proposed development. If you are a member of the public and are interested in staying informed on this project, please request to join the mailing list. You can contact me directly to submit comments or join that mailing list, and my information will be available at the end of the slide. It's also at the top of the slide now with my email address. Next slide, please. The subject property, which is 200 Dundas Street South, is shown on the large map on the slide right now. It's outlined in red. So it's located northwest of the Dundas and Franklin roundabout. If you're familiar with this area, it's also located directly across the street from the Canadian Tire and Zehrs Plaza, as you can sort of see on that slide there. The property currently contains a 2-story commercial building that's vacant and associated vacant parking lot. So there's 2 slides at the bottom there that are showing the building that's on this property. So if you have ever driven by and seen it, it's that white building that you're seeing on the slide at the bottom. The property is designated low medium density residential in the city's official plan. The property is also located in the Dundas Street South corridor and part of the Main and Dundas Street community node. So this node is expected to redevelop at a higher density than what is currently existing there, with a focus on a mix of uses, including the introduction of medium to high density residential uses in this area. The property is currently zoned C2 commercial, which permits a wide range of commercial uses, but currently doesn't permit residential. Next slide, please. So, as I said before, the development proposes a 5-story mixed-use building with 3 ground floor commercial units. There'd be 10 residential units per floor after that, so floors 2 to 5, which would include 5 1-bedroom plus den units and 5 2-bedroom units per floor for 10 units per floor. Each dwelling unit proposes private balcony areas and common amenity spaces for residents is proposed in the basement of this development. A total of 69 parking spaces would be provided for the development at grade and in a 1-level underground parking area. Next slide, please. So this slide is showing a conceptual elevation of what the proposed building could look like. The view is from Dundas Street South. So we can see that the building is proposed to be directly adjacent to Dundas Street South with parking, sort of along the side and in the rear of the building and sort of shielded by the building from Dundas Street South. Next slide, please. This slide is showing a conceptual site plan. Again, Dundas Street South is along the top of this diagram. So you can see the building in the sort of brownish and purple color, and then the parking lot is shown in that white color, sort of in behind Dundas Street South. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing an official plan amendment to redesignate the property from low medium density residential to high density residential. So the low medium density residential currently permits a maximum of 40 units per hectare. The applicant is seeking a maximum of 136 units per hectare with that high density residential designation. The applicant is requesting a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the property from C2 zone, which permits commercial uses, to a compound zone of C2 RM3, which would permit both commercial and residential uses on the site. They also have some site-specific regulations that they're requesting, which would include permitting a shopping center use on the ground floor, setting the maximum gross leasable floor area for the restaurant use in that commercial space, a maximum density of 136 units per hectare, minimum front and interior side yard setbacks of 3 meters, minimum landscaped open space of 28.7%, and a reduced parking rate. Next slide, please. As staff review the applications, we take into account consistency and conformity with provincial, regional, and city policies. We look at existing and surrounding land uses. the appropriateness of the official plan and zoning bylaw changes that have been requested by the applicant, and also comments received from city divisions, council, outside agencies, and the public. So all this is taken into account when we do our review and before we would provide a recommendation. Next slide, please. So at this point, city staff is recommending that the public meeting report be received and that application OR 0222 200 Dundas Street South be referred back to staff for subsequent report and staff recommendation. Next slide. So this is the last slide here, which contains my contact information. You can contact me directly with questions or to submit comments on the application, or if you're interested in be adding to the mailing list, you can give me a call at the number on the slide or by email. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacqueline, for your presentation. And again, we'll hold off on any questions until after we hear from the next delegation. And then the very next one is Victor Labreche, who's the Associate Director of Practice Lead, Associate Director of Practice Lead Planning, IBI Group. And Victor's here to again provide a presentation. Welcome, Victor. I see you there. And please begin. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, members of City Council, City staff, and members of the public. As introduced, my name is Victor Labreche with the IBI Group, planning lead in the Waterloo office, and pleased to present this to you this morning as I think certainly as a welcomed potential leading project along Dundas Street between Main and Franklin. In that section, which Jacqueline had touched on earlier, the draft secondary plan calls for a significant increase in density and redevelopment opportunities, and I think that stretch respectfully needs these opportunities within that corridor. And our client owner, I think in that regard, is leading the charge and to be commended, and hopefully more will come, or he may do some further ones in that area. Not to get ahead of ourselves, but that's what we feel the vision and the hope, and it will lead to more opportunities for redevelopment in this section of Dundas. Next slide, please. Some of these I'll go through very quickly as Jacqueline has touched on them. The proposed details, mixed-use development is what this is planned to be, 40 dwelling units in a building that's a total of 5 stories. The first story will be a ground floor commercial of 3 units. In this regard, it requires an official plan amendment to high density residential and zoning amendment, sort of a compound zone with site specific regulations. Again, much of which is called for in the proposed secondary plan. Next slide, please. Street view of the property, as you may recognize it now with this, the property has been, I think, known as the Guys and Dolls hair salon over the years, as well as a used car dealership more recently. And there's an existing 2-story building with a 1-story addition that has kind of fallen in disrepair over the years, and certainly that would be part of the redevelopment to remove that with this project. Next slide, please. A lot of these may be difficult to see. This slide comes from our planning justification report that kind of points out all of the uses that are in the area. So it's certainly a well-serviced area. It's on a regional arterial road, major arterial road on a transit route. And again, well-serviced with the plaza across the street, a community plaza, and other services in the immediate area of all kinds. So we believe that future residents in the building will be attracted to the area just for its convenience. Some may or may choose not to have a car or vehicle if it's, again, on a transit route. And I think by the types of units planned here, it's sort of geared to maybe an empty nester type purchaser and buyer that are already in the community and feel comfortable, but now want to downsize, so to speak. Next slide, please. The massing proposed would be, for the first 1.5 to 3 stories, you'll have a brick stone along the front, and then the remaining parts of the building, the upper floors would be stucco. Next slide, please. This is more of a view from the back. At the underground parking ramp, you can see oriented to the back with parking. The building, we've asked for a reduction in the front yard setback from the required 6 meters down to 3, and that's just to push the building closer to Dundas as much as possible. Next slide. Site plan was covered also by Jacqueline. We've included the typical floor areas for the units, the 2 bedrooms, somewhere in the area of 800 to 850 square feet, the 1 bedroom plus den around 700 square feet. And the commercial size units are there as well. Next slide, please. This is the sort of the underground parking deck below. You'll see where the building footprint sits. Sort of the mustard colored areas are amenity spaces. So we'll have like a party room, a fitness room, and a gathering room, all as amenities for the residents of this building. Next slide, please. The site plan itself on the first floor, you'll see sort of to the bottom right-hand corner of the building is actually where the loading garbage area would be, sort of within the building itself. So we believe that that is a more appropriate setting with the residential behind us to have the loading and deliveries that would occur right within the building, and garbage storage, of course, would happen there and be scheduled on a weekly basis for removal. So we believe that that's a nice feature of this property and to the neighborhood. The pink areas are the commercial units. The sort of the light brown are open amenity lobby space. Next slide, please. The floor plans here basically show the 2 bedroom units are blue, and the 1 bedrooms are the pink color. And that is a similar model throughout all 4 stories from story 2 to 5. Next slide, please. In terms of our approach from a planning perspective, we reviewed the public policy framework and the proposed Main Street, Dundas Street secondary plan, which supports the proposed development. In terms of transportation, there was not a transportation study per se required by the city or the region, as it's a regional road. There was not a traffic study required. They did request a parking utilization study, and it's, in my respectful opinion, could be seen as a little aggressive because we're only 3 parking spaces short from what the bylaw would require. And in fact, for residential requirement of the 1.25 spaces per residential unit, we meet that. So we're 3 parking spaces short for commercial under a plaza consideration. And again, we believe there'll be lots of walk-in traffic in this neighborhood to the commercial spaces. So parking really won't be highly used for commercial purposes, we believe, on the site. Engineering, of course, we considered the utilization of existing municipal infrastructure, which is been seen or determined as to be adequate or more than adequate in this corridor of Dundas Street. Next slide, please. The planning proposal, I won't read all of this verbatim, but there's a couple of sections that are key to note within the community node areas of the official plan, certain policies that have to be met, 8.4.3 and 8.7.2 in community node areas. And again, I emphasize that this property is within a community node, and many of the community nodes are having secondary plans proposed for them, which is certainly appropriate and proactive by staff. It's located in an area that's, we believe, is in transition and is sort of ripe for redevelopment in that corridor, and this project would lead that as sort of the first out of the gate. Next slide, please. The community node map here basically shows the dashed, the thicker black line is the node area, and again, we're located in there. Of course, picking up the intersection of Main and Dundas, and then also the intersection where the roundabout is at Dundas and Franklin. Next slide, please. The intensification that's called for in the official plan, in the secondary plan, this is directly out of the proposed secondary plan. So the red dash line, I should go, actually, it's the dash black line, thinner line, that are areas identified for intensification, of which this property is included, of course. Next slide, please. The Main Street Dundas secondary, plan called the community node itself indicates that future development and redevelopment within this node will occur at higher density with a focus of mixed use, including the introduction of medium and high density housing. It is our opinion that the mixed use development is consistent with those policies and this community node. It goes on to say that large surface parking areas are discouraged, especially adjacent to public roads. So again, we put the parking area to the back, so it's not directly adjacent to public road. Proposals include one level of underground parking are encouraged, which is exactly what we proposed here, to minimize surface areas for parking and orient the building towards the street, with the majority of parking behind the building. Is exactly what the official plan policies say, and which we've achieved in our design. Next slide, please. The overall, this is just a map to show the overall boundary of the secondary plan and the community node area, of which the property is highlighted there in red. Next slide. I won't go through all of these in detail, but I would just draw attention to what we believe is certainly an important policy within your official plan, talking about residential compatibility. And it lists several conditions that should be considered with the residential compatibility. And I'll list the studies, all of the studies at the end of our presentation that were submitted, but a lot of these items that you see here on page A to I, items A to I, were supported by accepted study, and our planning justification report sort of package that together to provide the justification for this development, we believe, in compatible form with the adjacent residential to the back. Next slide. Even more language here that I'll spare you reading. The location for multi-unit residential development. There are policies that specifically talk about what have to be met. We've highlighted the word node there at the top. So the city will encourage the use of lands in residential designations, urban growth centers, community core areas, nodes, and regeneration areas, and within major transit station areas to provide sufficient units in multi-unit residential development. So that's exactly what we believe we've proposed here. And then there are subsequent policies that have to be met, which respectfully we believe we do. Next slide. In terms of transportation, as I mentioned, there is not a transportation or traffic study required in this case. Obviously, everybody knows that it's a regional arterial road. It's a transit corridor. It's a busy road by its nature, and it's supposed to be. We also know it's part of the Highway 8 corridor that leads through the region and out to the city of Hamilton. So it's certainly a highly traveled corridor and a significant, important corridor through the city. There was a consultant that did the sort of parking justification here, known as Traffic Plus Engineering Limited, to complete the justification for, again, as the chart concludes, the total required was 72, and provided is a total of 69, including 4 of which are barrier-free in compliance with the bylaw. So we believe parking is adequate, and by the nature of this road, the walkability of this community and other services, there will be certainly not a high traffic parking requirement for people using the commercial spaces. Many of the tenants that live within the building will use the commercial spaces below as well, which is added convenience. Next slide. The proposed development offers following transportation alternatives as well: short-term bicycle parking on site. I should also note that there will be internal storage locker areas available for bike storage, close proximity, or I should say right on the GRT transit routes, within 3 routes within a 5-minute walk or less. Walking and cycling distance to goods and services within the community shopping center across the street and within this corridor are plentiful in this case. Next slide. Engineering is a number of items here that were addressed through engineering. So functional servicing and stormwater management report was prepared. We're utilizing existing municipal infrastructure that has ample capacity. Pre to post development impervious areas for stormwater management are actually being slightly increased because this lot is completely, for the most part, asphalt. Significant runoff and asphalt area exists today, and we'll be adding some more landscaping to the property. Oil grit separator will ensure quality control of any stormwater runoff, and also a sediment and erosion control plan was completed to further improve water quality runoff from the property. Next slide. Key findings to date. Proposal for a 5-story mixed-use development with 40 units and 3 commercial spaces on the ground floor represents a compatible form of development and good planning. Our opinion that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw application is justified by the following. It has regard to matters of provincial interest. It's consistent with the provincial policy statement. It conforms with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and conforms with the Region of Waterloo official plan and your official plan, as well as proposed secondary plan. The proposal is for a compatible form within the mixed use within this corridor. Next slide. Some of these things are repetitive, so I would just note that we also believe it represents an efficient use of the subject property where it's underutilized today. And next slide, please. That is it. In terms of our presentation, I would just like to quickly note that the studies that were submitted in support of this was a detailed architectural package, planning justification report, urban design brief, environmental and stationary noise study, a functional servicing report, site servicing, grading and erosion control plan, parking reduction justification, and vehicle swept path, or as a better term maybe a maneuverability path of vehicles through the site, including delivery and trucks that may come to the site. A phase 1 environmental site assessment was completed, as well as a completed record of site condition, which I think is important to note that there was some minor contamination found on the property over the years, and that has been addressed through a record of site condition. And also a sanitary capacity assessment was completed. That's all my comments at this point. I'd be pleased to answer any of your questions that the mayor and council may have, and city staff or public. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for your presentation. And we're going to just move to any public delegations first. So thank you for staying on with us.
Thank you.
So just so members of council are aware, we don't have any pre-registered delegations for report 22-051-CD 200 Dundas Street South official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, Pure Land Investment Inc. So we are now just going to move ahead to public call-ins and see if there's anyone from the public who wishes to call in and speak to this item. So I'm now going to open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to speak to, again, agenda item 5.2, public meeting report 22-051-CD 200 Dundas Street South official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, Pure Land Investment Inc. And again, individuals that wish to speak to this can contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So we're just going to turn our mics off for 1 minute and see if we have anyone that wishes to call in during this first round. Well, thanks for your patience, everyone. We haven't received any requests to speak during this first short break. So we're now going to move to a longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to item number report 22-051-CD, 200 Dundas Street South, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, pure land investments. And again, I remind viewers that individuals that wish to speak to this item can call in at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So I will be giving a 5-minute rollout and then we'll come back and put it on the floor. Welcome back and thanks for your patience. I've now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, and we've heard from anyone who wishes to speak to this item today, but we have not had any callers on this item. So before putting the motion on the floor, I'm now going to ask council if they have any questions, and we'll start with the consultant first. Councillor Adshade, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm just wondering from Victor, thanks for the presentation, Victor. Victor, is the plan just to have commercial, like no residential units on the ground floor? Would it just be commercial on the ground floor?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Adshade. Yes, on the ground floor is purely commercial. And of course, there'll be an entrance lobby for the residents of the building, a mail room, a small amenity office, but no residential living units on the ground floor otherwise.
Okay. Would there, just a follow-up, if that's okay. Would there be would the ground floor entrance be accessible, Victor, for, would there be any accessible units, or would any plans for that?
Certainly the building itself on the ground floor area, the corridors and hallways on the upper floors are all accessible by the Ontario Building Code. The detail of having accessible units built within this building hasn't been determined yet. Certainly want to feel comfortable with the official plan and zoning bylaw in hand first before submitting a site plan application, which would detail the unit size and layout further. But I know it's something that's encouraged. I know the architect is listening and available if there was more detailed architectural questions he could answer, but that hasn't been determined in terms of actual residential units that are fully accessible, but the building otherwise is.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move next to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thank you very much for your presentation, Victor. I have two questions, and the first one should be a pretty quick answer, but I'm guessing there's no outdoor amenity space for this building, is there?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Hamilton, short answer is no, there is not. I know there are areas available around the perimeter of the building, extra wide sidewalks, etc., where there would be seating area available, sort of passive seating areas, but amenity space purely on the surface of the property, there's not.
Thank you. That brings me to my my second question, and I might be jumping the gun a bit here, but can you describe the size of, I see on page 21, a games room, a gym, and a party room? And I imagine if the bottom floor is retail, following up from Councillor Adjade's question, where would these be located and what size would they be?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Hamilton, they're actually located one level below. So yeah, so I know it's a bit confusing. So there's a couple of drawings in our set there that if you look at the drawing that showed the underground parking, that it includes obviously the footprint of the building that comes down into the underground parking, where there'll be access for the residents to take an elevator up. So where the footprint of the building comes down into the underground parking, I think we've colored it sort of in a mustard color on that level, which is where the amenity spaces are. So they're below the ground floor level where the public would have access to.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I was concerned there were going to be three very small amenity spaces. You see those gyms where it's like a tiny elliptical and like a brick, and that's it. It's not very much a gym. So it's good to know that being underground, I imagine we get more space for it and those other rooms. So thank you very much, Victor.
Thank you.
I'll go next to Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To you, Victor, I'm wondering about affordable housing that could be here. I mean, this is, in my mind, a perfect place for affordable housing, and for those people who may not even want a car or have a car. It's a walkable area, grocery store nearby, other commercials nearby. Transit is readily available. So I think it would be a perfect place to have a number of affordable housing units in it. So I'm wondering if that has been considered.
To you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Reid, the consideration has not been given fully yet or to date. The intent here is to have these as condominium units, so they'd be units that are for purchase. And as I said earlier, I think in our presentation, we believe it'll be an attractive sort of empty nester downsizing location for people that live in the community. And of course, as you already mentioned, all the services around it. So the affordability of a real estate purchase, I think, in this regard, in this particular neighborhood or corridor or node, if you will, there's not a lot of product like that available. So I think that will meet some market demand. In addressing the affordability components, I know there are other factors or ways that the official plan allows, cash contribution toward that. But it hasn't been fully determined or intended for an affordable housing situation on this property at this point.
Well, thank you very much for that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go next to Councillor Mehta. Councillor Mehta, please pose your question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, my question is, do we know at this point what kind of retail will be coming into that building? Thank you.
You, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Mehta. The site-specific amendment that we've applied for requests or really limits it to one restaurant use, because restaurant use tends to be, or a health clinic tends to be higher demand on parking. So I think certainly, and then when you're in close proximity with other restaurant uses, as the case would be here with only 3 units, you wouldn't want to kind of have competing restaurants. So trying to make a long answer shorter, we'll have one restaurant use for sure. And then the other units, maybe a hair salon, professional or service type offices, like a travel agency is permitted here. It would allow for a physician's office, but not in the clinic format. So I think that's what we envision the types of uses here, Councillor.
Thank you. Go next to Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf.
Through Madam Mayor. Victor, I'm a little concerned about the front yard setback being reduced by half. Do you think it would have implications for noise or emissions for the residents?
To Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Wolf, a noise study was completed and took that matter into account. And it meets the decibel levels and requirements for along regional corridors and also of the building code. The units will have conditions placed upon them through the condominium, of course, that will require all units to be air conditioned, double paned or potentially triple pane windows may be required along the frontage of Dundas Street. And
okay, thank you.
I know that policies of the official plan and zoning are also encouraging buildings to be as close to the street as possible, just for better interaction with the streetscape.
Yeah, I can understand that for the commercial, but not so much for the residential. That's all.
Understood.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. I'll return to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and apologies. I forgot a question. It came up when Victor mentioned traffic study. And Victor, I was just wondering if, or what the study said about cars that want to exit the development and turn left onto Dundas, because it is a very busy road. And I know trying to turn left, if you're Capri Pizza, trying to turn left back up towards Main Street, like it can be, there can be some close calls down the road on Carpenter. I hear a lot of issues from residents that say they can't turn left. There have been several accidents coming out of Brampton and Myers And of course, the road's going to get busier with the rec complex and schools and subdivisions going in. So have we looked at the safety of turning left out of the subdivision? I'm just curious what's been done about that, or if there will be any mediation that will go in the future, or if the studies say it's going to be okay.
Yes, I think I mentioned earlier in the presentation, and sorry for you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Hamilton to answer the question. A traffic study per se was not required in this case by the region or the city. A parking reduction review and what they call swept path of motor vehicles coming in and out, turning radiuses, if you will, were reviewed. But in terms of the turning left position, and a traffic study wasn't required. As you probably know, that section of Dundas Street has a sort of a center island refuge area, if I can describe it as that. So that does assist with turning left out of the property. And that's the extent of the review that was available.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions of our consultant, I'll just ask if you have any questions for staff at the moment, just before we put it on the floor. And I just wanted to remind council that today's this item's only before us for receipt, and we're able to refer this report back to staff so they can move ahead with the subsequent report. So this item will be before council again with recommendations from staff. Well, seeing no further questions, I think that I wanted to thank you, Victor, for joining us this morning. And we're now going to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Adshay, do you have the motion? Will you please read it? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hamilton that report 22-051-CD 200 Dundas Street South, OPA, and said be a public meeting report. Shoreland Investments be received. Applications OR02-22 for 200 Dundas Street South be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm calling for any additional questions from members of council. And seeing none, are there any comments from members of council? Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just felt I should make a few comments because I have received questions from a lot of constituents in the area. Because it sits right on the border of Ward 6 and Ward 7 on a major artery of Cambridge, which is, of course, Dundas. I agree with Councillor Reid's comment that it would be nice to see affordable housing here because this is such a primary kind of gateway or artery to the city. Right across the street, you have the LCBO, grocery stores, restaurants, a bank. Up the street, you have gyms. You have a lot of buses going through. So it would be ideal, and it would be nice for the applicant to consider going forth. My concern is traffic, turning left out of the building. As I mentioned, I'm hoping that we can do something to mediate that because I already receive a lot of emails and concerns from residents trying to turn left out onto Dundas. But of course, as we know, it's a regional road. It becomes a provincial highway down at Branston. But overall, I think this is it's a good sign for the area. I think it's completely relevant and applicable for the changes that we're seeing in this area of Ward 6 and Ward 7, the schools, the new rec complex, the trails, the parks, and of course, all the amenities around, from restaurants to gyms to grocery stores. I think it's a great proposal. I'm hoping that we can maybe correct or fix some of those blemishes, but I'm looking forward to seeing the next iteration. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move next to Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just going to also mention the affordable housing, and if affordable housing is not put in there, that contributions to our reserve fund be made. I am also still a little leery about putting the development so close to the road, the 3 meters. I know this seems to be the trend with planning staff these days, but I do think with such a busy road, 3 meters is not very much distance, and I think the 6 meters is actually more appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think this is a very promising development. I think it's a good, it's on a vacant lot that's not being really used right now. So I think there's a lot of promise. I think we made some really worthwhile comments. So I'm really looking forward to see what staff comes back with. But I think all in all, this is looks like a positive development.
Thank you. And I also wanted to add my comments too. I think this is an excellent example of an infill development with a complete community, with everything, including a doctor's office right next door and a pharmacy, to a complete community where it is a walkable and transit available area. I like the idea that there's some, you know, a bike storage within the building that's locked, and they also have committed to some short-term bike stalls as well. So that's really helpful. Anyway, thanks. And I think there's no further hands up, so we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor?
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. I now declare that public meeting closed. Now that we're at 12:02, we are going to now take a 30-minute recess and return at 12:32 for the last statutory public meeting. So you may turn your mics and cameras off and stay on this link. Thank you. As we're coming back, I'll ask members of council to turn their cameras back on. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience. But we're now heading into our final statutory public meeting, and that is agenda item 5.3, Public Meeting Report 22-031-CD 201 and 217 Hespeler Road, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, and that's Jean Giltz Inc. We're going to hear again from staff, then the consultant, then move to delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this public meeting item. So I'm going to ask again that council hold off on questions till we've heard from everybody, including any delegations. So today we're going to be beginning again with a presentation from Rachel Green, Senior Planner, who will provide an overview of this report. Welcome back, Rachel, and please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, and members joining us this afternoon. My name is Rachel Greens. I'm a senior planner here, and today I'll be providing an overview of the proposed development at 201 and 217 Hespeler Road, file number OR 0122. Next slide, please. The purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the application for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act, and those interested in receiving future information regarding this application are encouraged to contact me through my email, which is listed on each slide up at the top. Next slide, please. This timeline overviews the planning review process and where we're at today. Today is the formal public meeting to introduce the proposal to council and the public for consideration. Staff and commenting agencies will continue to review the proposal and consider the comments received today when bringing forward a future recommendation report. Next slide, please. The property is located on the east side of Hespeler Road between Canamera Parkway and Munch Avenue. The area generally consists of residential and commercial developments. The subject lands were previously used as a car dealership and parking, and the existing building is still on the site and is proposed to be demolished to facilitate the proposed development. The property is designated as Hespeler Road mixed-use corridor within the built-up area of the official plan. There is currently a secondary plan being prepared for this area. It is also located within the Canamera Hespeler Road community node, which is a planned mixed-use node and is also a proposed major transit station area. The property is currently zoned C4 commercial with a site-specific provision to permit the existing lot frontage. And the applicant is proposing an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit a mixed-use commercial residential development. Next slide, please. The proposal includes 2 towers with a shared podium of 2 stories. The maximum heights being proposed for Tower A are 17 stories and Tower B at 13 stories, which will be shown on the concept plan. There will be a total of 321 proposed rental units and 600 square meters of commercial floor space at grade along the Hespeler Road frontage. There will be 407 covered parking spaces within the structured podium and underground parking, as well as 20 outdoor spaces. There's also a proposed 100 indoor bike stalls and 23 outdoor bike stalls. A rooftop amenity area is proposed in addition to private balconies for the units. And site-specific provisions are being requested to permit increased density, reduced parking, landscaping, and setbacks. The applicant has also submitted an affordable housing application through the city's CIP program, which is currently under review. Next slide, please. So this table outlines the amendments that are being requested through the applications. A maximum density of 270 units where 250 are permitted, which is also 3.69 floor space index where a maximum of 2 floor spacing index is currently permitted. A maximum height of 13 and 17 stories, a reduction of 10 commercial parking spaces from the required 15 to 5 proposed for the commercial portion of the of the development. A front yard setback reduction for the commercial portion from 15 meters to 4.5 meters, and this is to align the commercial setback with the residential setback. A reduction in landscaping from 30% to 25% is also proposed. Next slide, please. This slide shows the concept plan for the proposed mixed-use development. As you can see, Tower A, the taller 17-story tower, is located closer to Hespeler Road, with Tower B located farther set back from Hespeler Road. The site has two accesses from Hespeler, with the driveway wrapping around the perimeter of the site, as well as the surface parking along that driveway. And then there's accesses to the structured parking as well. You can see the front yard setback of 4.5 meters and the reduced commercial parking on the side. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed massing. This view is from Hespeler Road. From this view, you can see the shared rooftop amenity area. The orange roof is actually a shared indoor amenity area that will front onto Hespeler Road, and then the remaining is outdoor shared amenity area with a playground and seating areas. Next slide, please. And this perspective shows the development from the rear of the property. The adjacent land uses are lower density residential, including singles and semi-detached dwellings. All rear yard setbacks from that property line are maintained for the proposed residential zone. Next slide, please. So considerations in review of these applications include conformity to the provincial, regional, and local planning policies, general alignment with the Hespeler Road corridor secondary plan policies, general alignment in the draft major transit station area policies, compatibility with the existing development and overall character of the neighborhood, and the appropriateness of the density and building heights, as well as the site-specific provisions required to facilitate the development. A record of site condition will also be required due to the previous use on the site, as well as comments received from the council, public, staff, and commenting agencies. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that today the report be received and that a future be referred back to staff for a future recommendation report. Next slide, please. And please feel free to reach out to my contact information below if you wish to submit comments or be included on the mailing list for this application moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And we're now going to move ahead to the consultant, who is Julianne von Westerholt, Associate MHBC, who will provide a presentation. I'm just making sure that we've got Julianne there. Great, welcome. And the presentation's now up, and just remind the clerk as to when to advance the slide. Thank you for joining us.
I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, city staff, and if there are any members of the public there as well. My name is Julianne von Westerholt. I'm an associate with MHBC Planning, and I'm here on behalf of my client, Boris Ferry-Borsi, and I'm very pleased to be able to present this application, although I might admit
Julianne, do you have the YouTube playing in the background?
I do. Just a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind turning that off. There's about a 25 or 30-second delay.
Mm-hmm. If I can find it now. That's the problem. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's not real time, so it creates a fair bit of confusion.
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Sometimes I do. Just a moment's patience, everybody. Julianne's out of the meeting. We're just letting her back in. Just having some technical difficulties, so we'll just wait till we're sure that Julianne's back in. Julianne, are you back on? It's Mayor McGarry.
Yes, sorry about that, Mayor McGarry. I still can't turn it off.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's going to be.
All right. So just
my apologies. Yeah.
That's all right. Just realize there's a 25-second delay. So just listen to me and we'll be in real time. Okay, we'll start the presentation again. And now the first slide is up. So you can continue.
You can actually pass the first slide. Go to the next slide. And even go to the next slide after that. Okay, so about the proposal, we've heard from Rachel Green where the location of the subject property, it's in a mixed use corridor. It's also in a regeneration area. It's also in a re-urbanization area and along a future LRT route, located immediately south of Canamera Parkway and just north of Munch Avenue. Next slide, please. So about the proposal, I'm excited to tell you the two towers upon a two-story podium. One tower is at 13 stories or 43 meters. The second tower is at 17 stories. We are also proposing two ground floor commercial units for a total of 600 square meters facing Hespeler Road. There are a total of 321 affordable housing residential units proposed for this development, with 407 parking spaces, including an additional 36 tandem stalls, 11 barrier-free stalls, and an additional 21 barrier-free van spaces. There's also 20 surface parking spaces included, as well as 100 secured bicycle stalls, plus 23 short-term bicycle stalls at grade. Next slide, please. The applications that we are seeking include an official plan amendment for an increase in floor space index from 2 to 3.69, an increase in the maximum density from 250 units per hectare to 267 units per hectare, and a maximum building height of 17 stories or 55 meters, including the rooftop mechanicals, from the currently permitted 12 stories. The zoning permissions are similar, but also include a reduction in landscaping to 25% and a reduction in parking spaces from 432 spaces to 407 spaces. Next slide, please. Some of the merits of the application. I'm excited to tell you that of the 321 affordable rental units, we have 140 one-bedroom units, 84 one-bedroom plus den units, 91 two-bedroom units, and 6 three-bedroom units. Of the total units, we also include 36 barrier-free units that are designed to be barrier-free. This is going to be a high quality of design with several on-site amenities and landscaping. It's in a higher density that will provide a range of housing options for differing income levels and needs. We have 600 square meters of at-grade commercial uses along Hesper Road, and this will help activate the streetscape. We are located on a high-density mixed-use corridor along a transit route with current bus service and the future LRT. Within walking distance of commercial uses and trails, parks, and active transportation. We are located in a regeneration area, which is intended to intensify along the planned LRT route. Also located in a major transit station area, which also supports increased density. We're also within a reurbanization area, which encourages intensification of underutilized properties, such as this one, which is currently used as a car dealership. This contributes to the region's annual target of achieving 45% of reurbanization within the built boundary. The proposed secondary plan proposes a maximum height of 20 stories, and our proposal at a height of 17 stories is right in this direction. Lastly, I'd like to say that it conforms to the PPS, the growth plan, and the regional official plan. Next slide, please. Now to highlight some of the special amenities that are included for this particular development. We have 667 square meters of indoor social space, which has a capacity of about 270 persons. We also have a 216 square meter children's outdoor play area, a 1,000 square meter outdoor area on the 3rd floor, and an outdoor patio with barbecues, gazebos, sitting areas, and high quality finishes and landscaping, all for the exclusive use of the residents of these 2 towers. Next slide, please. As part of the proposal, there were numerous studies done, but one in particular was the sun shadow study, which was done and focused mainly on the surrounding residential buildings and the nearby roadways and other areas where pedestrians are likely to travel. The shadowing was simulated, and if you look at the diagrams below, the blue area is the new shadow that is being proposed by this building. During the spring and fall, new shadowing occurred on the retirement facility that is to the northwest of the site on the opposite side of Hesper Road. This was a small area, and it didn't persist longer than 10 a.m. in the morning. Similarly, the Honda site to the north of the site also experienced some shadowing, and which held during the midday and afternoon hours, while the residential buildings to the east experienced some new shadowing in the late afternoon hours. During the summer months and the high solar elevations, the shadowing was very minimal in either direction. In the winter, we have the long shadows, which limits the amount of new shadowing caused by the proposed project. The Honda dealership will experience some new shadows even during this time. But there was very little shadow on the residents to the northeast for a very short duration. New shadows were also predicted on the Canamera Parkway during the last hours of the days in winter, which is not unusual for properties in this area during the winter months. Next slide, please. There was also a noise study that was conducted, And it was indicated that any noise emissions from the nearby commercial and industrial facilities can be mitigated. Road traffic can be mitigated through appropriate measures that are going to be included on site. Air conditioning systems will be required to allow windows to remain closed, and there will be warning clauses used for all the residential dwelling units. Next slide, please. The site provides a variety of affordable rental housing options. The site will have a high quality of design with on-site amenities and landscaping. The site is proposed at a density that will support transit usage and that is contemplated in the new secondary plan. The site supports active transportation and is proximate commercial and recreational amenities and trails. The site has limited adverse shadow impacts and will mitigate any traffic noise on site. The site conforms to the regional official plan, the growth plan, and the PPS. And I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julianne. So we're going to go to any public meeting delegations first before we get into questions. But just for everybody's knowledge, we do not have any pre-registered delegations for this public meeting. So I want to now open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to agenda item 5.3, public meeting and report 22-031-CD 201 and 217 Hespeler Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Jan Gilkson, Inc. Again, individuals wishing to speak to this can contact 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So I'm just going to ask for everybody's patience while we await callers. So we're just going to turn off our cameras and give 1 minute to see if there's anybody online waiting to speak to this item. We have not received any requests to speak to this item during our first short break. So we're now going to move to a bit of a longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to public meeting report 22-031-CD 201 and 217 Hespeler Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, Jan Gilks, Inc. So again, I remind viewers that the number to call is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So we are now going to close our mics and cameras off and wait for 5 minutes to see if there's anybody else who would like to speak to this item. Thank you. I'll ask members of council to put their cameras back on once they're back. Thank you. I've now conferred with staff and we've not received any requests to speak to this item, so that I have confirmation that any messages or calls that would have come in have been received. So no one was wishing to speak to this item. So I do deem this public meeting closed. So before putting the motion on the floor, I'm going to now ask council if they have any questions for our consultant, and then I'll ask for staff. Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you through the chair. This building has underground parking, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it does.
Okay, in that underground parking, do you have any intention of putting in electric vehicle charging stations?
I would have to confirm that with the plans, which I don't have before me, but that's something that I could get back to council on, or certainly provide that information at a later date.
Yeah, for staff. And the other thing that's becoming very, very popular through society today, because as we know, the price of fuel is escalating for a lot of reasons. Electric bikes are extremely popular.
Mm-hmm.
I see you have parking spots for bikes inside and out. But again, I would think that we should have charging for e-bikes as opposed to having extension cords hanging over railings. So I would think that would be something else that would be prudent in modern buildings. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move next to Councillor Reid. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I am really delighted to hear that there's affordable housing that in these units, and because it's an ideal place for affordable housing, which is on the line of the ION, the future ION that will be coming down there. But my question is around affordable housing. There are so many different definitions of what is affordable housing, what is attainable housing. And I guess I wondered if you had any particular definition of what this affordable housing would mean. Because if it's market price, it must be much below market price if it's going to be affordable. So I'm wondering if you could give us some idea of what the units would be rented for.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe my client is on the call as well. He could probably best answer that question. My understanding is though that we are going to be meeting the regional definition of affordability, but my client should be on the call or available by phone as well. Thank you.
Yes, we're just going to bring him in. And that's Fari Borzi.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Yep.
We're just trying to call him, so just give us a minute. Hello, Boris. It's Mary McGarry. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I do hear you.
Wonderful. Well, thanks very much for joining us. I'm just going to
Thank you.
have Councillor Reid pose her question again so you could hear it fresh. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Yeah. Actually,
And-
I'm online. I did hear the question.
Okay, great. And just to remind you that the YouTube video is about a 30-second delay, so you could turn that down. Okay, then please go ahead.
The answer to the question is yes. It is per definition of City of Region of Waterloo and City of Cambridge. Ranging rent $900, I believe, if I do recall, for 1 bedroom, all the way up to $1,300 for 3 bedrooms.
Oh, thank you very much for that information. It's very helpful.
And if I may give an answer to the previous question regarding to the vehicles, electric vehicles, 10%, I believe it has been designated for electric vehicles and 10% for the bicycles, electric bicycles.
Okay, that's certainly helpful information. Thank you for answering that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just, you could stay on the line just to see if there's any further questions from members of council.
Sure.
My questions have already been asked by my colleagues. Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Yes, to the chair, sir. 10% for electric vehicles, 10% for electric bikes. That's great. That's just wonderful. For the electric vehicles, when you do your build, will you be doing maybe some additional rough-ins for the future for electric vehicles?
Definitely. It is expected, I believe, up to year 2035, 100% or 95%, in fact, of the vehicles are going to be electric. Consequently, we have considered that one as well.
Have you considered electric motorcycles, sir?
No, but we don't have any parking. That could be added.
Yeah, well, they're coming. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions, so thank you very much for joining
Thank you.
us.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
And you too. And I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any further questions of staff. And just another reminder that this item's only before us today for receipt, and we're to refer this report back to staff so that they can move ahead with a report and a recommendation that will come before council at that time for a second time. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through Madam Mayor to staff, will the 321 affordable units qualify for deferred development charges as per our policy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Wolf, the CIP application is being reviewed by the reurbanization planner, and so that information will come forward as part of the future recommendation report. But I believe the CIP program does permit the deferral of development charges for affordable housing projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further question then, I think we're ready to call for the motion. And Councillor Ermetta, you have this motion. Would you like the clerk to read it?
Yes, Madam Chair, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Public Meeting Report 22-031-CD, 201 and 217 Hespeler Road. Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Jenkins Inc. That report 22-031-CD, Public Meeting Report 201 and 217 Hespeler Road. official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, Jenkins Inc., be received, and that application OR 01-22 for 201 and 217 Hespeler Road be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments? Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to say how excited I am to see some significant affordable housing being built, the rental units, which are much needed. And I like the idea of the children's playground and some of the amenity space that they've included. And, you know, the faster this can be built, the better it is for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm really excited about this development. It's right now, it's taking it right now. The property is an eyesore with a vacated car dealership, so it's really nice to see there's development taking place there. I think it's in an area where height is not a problem or not an issue, so I don't really have a concern about the story, the 17-story tower. You know, it's 321 affordable housing units, which we desperately need in the city. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's right by transit and there's lots of amenities. So I think this is a very exciting development and I look forward to see it going back to staff for further review.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Echoing my fellow councillors, I'm also very excited about this. Ticks a lot of boxes that the city really needs. From the affordable housing units to densifying major transportation corridors. I know frequently we're focusing on density in the cores, but to have something like this on Hespeler Road, I think the public's been calling for it for quite some time. We've been calling for it for quite some time. So it's very refreshing to see developments like this come forward on what will be a future LRT line. And as well, just to stress, when you have a building like this and the nature of a unit that doesn't have a backyard, that doesn't have the ability to put in a pool or a playground, to see the developer installing things like playgrounds and to know that it's a short walk to grocery stores, restaurants, the mall, and what will be a future LRT station. I think it's a great, exciting development for the city. And I'm looking forward to seeing the next stage of the proposal.
Thank you. I also wanted to add in the fact that I think this is a great development. And I'm also really pleased to see that amenities such as bike locker, bike storage, electric vehicle chargers are going to be present as well. This is exactly what we need in this kind of area right along the LRT and the major transit station area. And the more density that we have in those transit areas means that it certainly supports our business case to get funding for the LRT from upper levels of government. So seeing no further questions or comments, I'm going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Wonderful. So thank you for being with us today. And as mentioned earlier and as outlined in the agenda, we're now going to recess until 5 p.m. when we will reconvene to discuss the rest of the agenda. So thank you everyone for joining us today and be safe. We will leave this particular link and go to the new one at 5 p.m. Thanks everyone. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Nagari. I am the Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of tonight's special council meeting. I wanted to take a moment and send a huge thank you to all of our staff who were involved in the unexpected storm last Saturday and the quickness as to how they cleaned up. And that was over the May long weekend when many were away or on vacation. We could see staff's commitment to service and safety for our residents as people came in from their holidays and their weekends to assist in the cleanup efforts. That storm was unexpected, damaging, and deadly. Our hearts go out to the 11 people in Ontario who lost their lives during that storm. But I would say that our staff were working quickly, but they were also working safely under very challenging conditions. It meant that priority areas were cleared as soon as possible. Collaboration with Grand Bridge Energy crews kept everyone safe. Grand Bridge Energy initiated its emergency response plan for the first time since the merger on May 2nd. They called in extra power line and forestry crews, service reps, and management to deal with the outages to 40,000 customers in the aftermath of this storm. Their quick responses were possible due to the redeployment of crews to priority areas from Brantford office, such as Franklin Boulevard, due to the broken and leaning hydro poles. This was a true test of how well this partnership is already working between Brantford and Cambridge. And when I visited the Brantford site last week, they were really grateful that they were working together and that we had enough staff to deploy to all the necessary areas. And again, I wanted to reiterate that our hearts go out to all of those families who lost loved ones during that storm. On a positive note, we have reached another milestone with COVID-19. Regional Chair Karen Redmond announced last Friday that Waterloo Region COVID-19 state of emergency has been lifted, and that's quite a milestone. It's one more step towards putting the pandemic behind us, and we couldn't have done it without all of you working together. And I hope that you continue to support our local businesses as they recover from the pandemic. I did want to give a shout out to our city manager, David Calder. As of last week, he was elected as the president of the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association for the years 2022-23. That's a real feather in his cap, and it's a feather in the cap of our city, as David will be shepherding through some difficult conversations with the new provincial government that will be elected in the coming week, and also with other levels of government. So we're very proud, and just wondering if I need to now call him President Calder, but he hasn't let me know just yet.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and Council. No.
But we're proud of what you are going to accomplish this week. So it's a real feather in our caps, and yours too. I also just wanted to highlight that we're coming up to June 1st. June has a number of organizations that recognize June as their month: Seniors Month, Bike Safety Month, Portuguese Heritage Month, but it's also Pride Month. And the city was gifted with a progressive pride flag. And so we were able to raise that this afternoon on the city's flagpole, and that will be up for the coming days. So now let's get to tonight's agenda. I'm going to ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we're coming to you electronically tonight. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Hatchade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Mehta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will join us shortly. Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor McGarry.
Present.
Thank you.
In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff that we have joining us this evening, and joining us electronically. Again, we have our city manager, David Calder, our deputy city managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Brownberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Yogesh Shah. Our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers, our city solicitor, Lisa Shields, our chief planner, Lisa Prime. And we also have staff from other divisions joining us this evening, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. Clerking the meeting today, we have our city clerk, Danielle Manton, our deputy city clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Mallory Greenoff and Michael Oliveri, council committee services coordinators, and Rachel Latour, administrative assistant to the city clerk. Thanks again to our technology services staff, Ayash De Silva, who's assisting with the logistics for today's meeting. A reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. So members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda for today. This evening, we're going to begin our meeting with a closed session meeting, and then we will reconvene in open session. If you're watching from home through YouTube, we will move offline while we're in closed session, but we will return shortly. Councillor Adshade, I believe you have the motion for us to move into closed session. Will you please read it?
I do, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Mehta that in accordance with Section S 239C of the Municipal Act 2001, Council convene in closed session to consider the following subject matter: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, potential property acquisition.
Thank you. Does council have any comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask for your patience while we prepare to move into closed. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We'll now rise from closed session. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion to rise. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reid, that council rise from closed session and reconvene in open session at 5:26 p.m.
Thank you. And we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. While in closed session, discussion occurred with council and staff were provided with direction related to a property acquisition. So this evening, we do have one presentation for council. We have Andrew Martin, Director of Human Resources, who will provide a presentation and summary on Bill 27, Working for Workers Act 2021. Welcome, Andrew. And you can just ask our clerk to move the slides forward for you once you're ready. Welcome, and please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council, members of the public. I'm here today to present a brief update on legislative changes regarding new employment legislation. In December of 2021, the Ontario government passed Bill 27, Working for Workers Act 2021, which amends the Employment Standards Act 2000, or ESA as otherwise known. Actually, can you advance the slide, please? Thank you. It amends the Employment Standards Act, or ESA, to require employers with 25 or more employees to have a written policy with respect to disconnecting from work. Employers with 25 or more employees as of January 1st had until June 2nd of this year to have a written policy with respect to disconnecting in the workplace. Notwithstanding the change in legislation, the health and well-being of our employees is of the utmost importance to us at the city. And as an employer, we encourage and support our employees in prioritizing their own well-being. If you can advance to the next slide. Firstly, the definition of disconnecting from work is not engaging in work-related communications, which includes emails, telephone calls, video calls, sending or reviewing other messages. So to be free from the performance of work during off hours or outside of normal working hours. Next slide, please. There's a repeat of the definition, but specifically a written policy would be in effect by June 2nd. And employees must receive a copy of the policy and any changes that we're making within 30 days, in which our staff is prepared to present once the policy is final. And furthermore, new employees are to receive a copy of the policy within 30 days of starting work under the new legislation. Next slide. In response to the change in the legislation, Human Resources has drafted a disconnect policy to meet our obligation of Bill 27. It provides an opportunity to establish policy that supports its employees in disconnecting from work, consistent with its ongoing commitment to employee well-being. And note, the legislation does not afford employees any additional rights under the Employment Standards Act. For those of you who are familiar with that, it's merely just an extension of the rights under the ESA. And it's to emphasize that staff should be mindful when communicating with employees outside of normal working hours and to prioritize communication and other work activities. There are exceptions to this. However, that's the general message. Next slide, please. Policy statement is quite lengthy. I won't read it word for word. You do have it in your packages. However, it has two essential themes to it. And the first theme is encouraging and supporting the prioritization of employee well-being through the disconnection of work. And the policy that it is a policy that coincides with associated practices and policies that are already in place here at the city, such as the working remote policy, hours of work, vacation, health and safety, standby, overtime, and time off in lieu. These are all measures in place that contribute to work-life balance, that compensate employees for working outside of normal hours and for work in general outside of regular business hours. There is no anticipated impact on city operations or financial impact other than present day. And next slide. Click it one more time. There we go. Summary. In summary, it recognizes the ordinary course of business. There will be situations where necessary to contact colleagues outside of an employee's working hours. Some of those exceptions could be checking availability for scheduling, filling in on short notice for a colleague who was called in sick or is unavailable for work, where an unforeseeable circumstance or circumstances arise, where an emergency may arise, where employees voluntarily wish to communicate with one another for work-related purposes outside their normal working hours, other business or operational reasons that require contact outside the normal working hours, when an employee is compensated on overtime, standby, on call, per city policy or collective agreement. Nothing in the policy precludes employees of the city from contacting each other, as I mentioned. All employees are expected and required to report any concerns they may have if they feel that their work is impacting their ability to disconnect from work. And to emphasize, it's a disconnecting from work policy. It's not the right to disconnect from work. So the next steps in this legislation is to roll out a communication to staff once this policy is finalized and uploaded to the intranet and the SharePoint where all the city corporate policies are. We have plans for a communication to roll this out through the learning management system to all staff, or the LMS. And it is a topic for an upcoming leadership meeting this week, this Thursday, I believe, for an update. Next slide. And finally, that's contact information for Terry Ann Kuntz, who drafted this policy, did the research, and myself, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. And certainly this is very timely. June 2nd is upon us. So I will just turn now to council to see if they have any questions for you. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. Mr. Martin, what are recognized business hours?
Through you, Madam Chair, they vary depending on the collective agreement. The operating hours, normal hours, are typically 8:30 to 4:30 for most city offices, but they do vary. QB 32 works generally 7 to 3. There are afternoon shifts. There are shifts that have standby or on-call hours in the evenings and weekends, depending on the job and just the particular area operations of the city.
Okay, so as a councillor, I mean, we fire off, number of emails through the course of the week. It's not uncommon for me to send emails at 6 in the morning. I don't expect an answer at 6 in the morning. I do expect an answer through the course of the day. I expect somebody's going to open that email when they start work. Is there any issue with me sending emails at 6 in the morning?
Through you, Madam Chair. Good question. No, it doesn't afford any additional responsibilities as long as staff, council are mindful of this legislation, and staff are expected to answer within the normal business day or within the start of work of the following day or that day. For example, if you send 6 a.m., if they reply later that morning, that is a fair expectation.
Okay, does this apply to city council? Is this legislation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's applicable to staff, but also as well to council in their interactions with staff.
Just so I know, what are our hours of work? Well, that has to be defined, right?
I don't have those with me right now. Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have council hours of work. I would defer that to the clerk or to the mayor.
Okay, that's fine. So when you find that out, you'll let us know. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. My question was along similar guidelines. I know that councillors and mayor work many hours over the course of the day because of when constituents read out. But my expectation is I sometimes fire off emails before I forget because I've got a number of them. But I certainly sometimes, but not always, define the fact that this is just in the queue, ready to be answered at the next work day. But I don't expect an answer there unless it's an urgent situation, and any of us are usually aware of when that is and certainly flag that for an email being sent. But anyway, that's it's something to be mindful of. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Just before that, I see David Calder has put up his hand, so I'm going to defer to him first and then come back to you, Councillor Reid. Mr. Calder.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, and thank you, Councillor Reid, for letting me precede you. And Council, I think I need to go back to Councillor Devine's question. Really, as elected officials, your hours are defined as you see them. You decide what hours of work you want to do. You decide what meetings you attend. Obviously, there's responsibility on your part in terms of the electorate as to how you participate within the governance structure that's provided. But we do not control your hours of work because, as you know, you're really not considered employees. You're elected officials. So I just wanted to state that rather than expect a follow-up answer to the immediate question. So I think that's how I would respond, Councillor Devine. And you are free to communicate how you think you need to or when you need to. But I think what we're saying is staff are not obligated to respond outside the regular hours, but are obligated to respond to you in the course of the core business hours, whatever those may be for specific positions. I also want to reiterate that I think, there is an expectation from myself as your city manager to our senior managers that they have discretion when they see those emails, particularly later into the evening or over the weekend, whether they want to respond to them right away, whether they'll respond to them the next working day or, on a Monday morning. But we have discretion. We're knowledgeable about what's considered important and needs to be responded right away, and we will do so. So I think to Andrew's point, you won't see any change in level of service from your senior management people because we do respond, I think, as soon as we can, and particularly if it's something that's a matter that has to be responded within a time. Such as last weekend when there was an emergency, we were all sort of monitoring our emails and responding. I think simply too, some may just respond and say, I'll get you that information on Monday. And that's totally acceptable as well. So there's a variety of different responses you'll see. Thanks for the opportunity, Mayor McGarry, just to clarify.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Well, our city manager has certainly clarified some of the questions that were in my mind. I know that when I receive emails during the weekends and after hours, and I think that for the most part, I try to respond to someone who reaches out to me as a constituent as quickly as I can, because I know that their concerns are valid and that they really want an answer. I used to send emails to staff on weekends, mainly because I wanted to get it off my desk and onto theirs. And I found that they kept answering. And so I kind of stopped doing that, because I recognize that it's their weekend and it's not their work time, and they should have time off from answering emails. And I do recognize that if it's an emergency or something I feel really needs to be dealt with, staff has always been accommodating and will respond and do whatever is needed. So I think this is a good first step in allowing our staff to have their time off. We know with technology today, you can be 24/7 if you choose to, and that isn't what we want our staff doing. So I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, I wanted to thank you again, Andrew, for being with us and to sharing this information. So thank you for the work that you do on behalf of City Council as well as our staff. All right, our first item for consideration this evening is the consent agenda. And please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raised hand feature. In the interest of time, we will look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But if you wish to comment, you're certainly welcome to do so. Councillor Hamilton, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mann. Recommendation that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for May 31st, 2022 council agenda be adopted as recommended. 10.1, Economic Development Advisory Committee meeting minutes, April 13th, 2022. 10.2, Cambridge Archives Board Advisory Committee meeting minutes, March 17th, 2022 and April 21st, 2022. 10.3, Council Information Package, May 20th, 2022. 10.4, 22-003-IFS 2021 Drinking Water Quality Report. 10.5, 22-030 CRS 2023 Budget and Business Plan Timeline and Guidelines. 10.6, 22-050 CD Brooklyn Road Pedestrian Improvements and Parking Restrictions. 10.7, 22-053 CD Noise Bylaw Exemption, Region of Waterloo, Dundas Street Reconstruction. 10.8, 22-049 CD City of Cambridge and Region of Waterloo Oversized Load Permit Agreement. 10.9, 22-037 CRS Cooper Street Design Assignment. 10.10, 22-041 CRS Banking Services Contract Extension. 10.11, 22-065 CD Blenheim Road Realignment. 10.12, 22-048 CD Building Permit Statistics First Quarter 2022. 10.13, 22-016 CRE Attainable Housing Update.
Thank you. So I'll just ask any member of council to see if you wish to pull any items. Does council have any questions for staff? And does council have any comments? Seeing none, I just wanted to take this moment to highlight item 10.4 from the consent agenda report 22-003-IFS 2021 Drinking Water Quality. So I have the distinct pleasure to specifically mention that today marks the retirement of Paul Holbrook from the city. Paul's career with the city's water division started with the city on August 23rd, 1974. And for the past 48 years now, Paul has been playing an absolutely critical role in ensuring that our drinking water is safe and pristine for the citizens of Cambridge. Paul has a wealth of knowledge of the city's water system and has been a key contributor to creating asset management systems for drinking water infrastructure within the city. The report before us this evening also highlights the city receiving 100% score for the city's drinking water system inspection for the 7th consecutive year by Ministry of Environment. Paul is part of the team to maintain the water system infrastructure to deliver quality water, drinking water, and has contributed in just so many ways to meet this score for the city. As I mentioned today, this is Paul's last day with the city, so he can begin a new chapter and celebrate his hard work and long distinguished career here with the city. So please join me in congratulating Paul again on his long and dedicated career. Thank you, Paul. You're appreciated by all. And I'm now going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
Favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So we'll now move to consideration of reports. And up first is agenda item 11.1.1, report 22-005-CRS 2021 financial report. And we have Katie Fisher with us this evening, our deputy treasurer, and she's available for questions. And as well, I would like to welcome Matthew Bettick, partner, and Courtney Cheel, Senior Manager of KPMG, who will provide us with the presentation this evening. But I'm going to first turn it over to Katie for some introductory remarks. Katie, you've got the floor. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of council. I am pleased to be presenting to you this evening the city's audited financial statements for 2021. Despite the ongoing challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic throughout 2021, the city continues to maintain a strong financial position. In 2021, the city continued to provide essential services, innovate where needed, and keep key projects moving forward while controlling costs and maintaining financial sustainability. While the city realized a loss in revenues of $4.7 million in 2021 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and facility closures, the continuation of a strong cost containment plan helped offset the burden of the pandemic on city operations and finances. Cambridge's sustainable and forward-thinking approach to financial management continues to serve the organization well as it works towards achieving its strategic actions. I pass it over now to the city's external auditors, Courtney Cheel and Matthew Bettick from KPMG, to present their audit findings.
Thank you, and welcome, Chelsea. Welcome, Matthew. Who's going to start us off?
Yeah, it'll be myself that'll take us through the presentation.
Great, thanks.
And as Katie mentioned, I do have with me Courtney Cheel, who is the Senior Manager on the account. So thank you for receiving us today. We'll take just a couple of minutes to touch on the highlights of our report. We're happy to take questions as we go through. But I understand there will be time at the end to take questions as well. And before we go into this, we want to, thank and acknowledge, Katie and Myrna and the rest of, and Cheryl and the rest of the finance team for their assistance and diligence in working through the audit of the financial statements for this year. We certainly couldn't have done it without their excellent cooperation to get all the steps and procedures that we needed done. I can get you to advance a couple of pages down. Keep going, keep going. We'll stop there. Oh, so just the highlight page here, want to touch on a couple of things that perhaps won't be touched on later in the report. We do at this stage are substantially complete the audit. We are in a position to issue our audit opinion on the financial statements in their final form. It will be a clean audit opinion, so there'll be no qualifications or modifications to the report, which if council is keeping score of sort of the things you should be keeping score of along the way through my presentation, that is, check mark number 1, clean audit opinion. In our disclosure here of the remaining items to complete, we have completed most of those. Really, all we're left with now is completing this discussion and evidencing council's approval of the financial statements, and those financial statements will be issued in final form. If I could tab to the next page. The bottom part here deals with independence. So it's a short sentence that says we do remain independent of the city in accordance with the ethical requirements for auditors in the province of Ontario. That is very important for us to continue doing that and to make sure we can fulfill our role properly. On the next page, we are required to disclose and discuss the concept of materiality with council. And materiality serves 2 functions. It serves as the overall sort of scoping tool for the audit, so how deep we go down and how much testing and the level of procedures we perform. But it also is the benchmark for which we would evaluate if there are any differences or corrections that we identify that have not been made in the financial statements. So long as those don't aggregate greater than our material amount, we're still able to give a clean audit opinion. We've set materiality for the year for the group, which is the whole city, the consolidated city, at 5.25 million, which is up slightly over last year, but it is well within the benchmarks that are established by the audit rules. We're allowed to set materiality anywhere from 0.5% to 3% of total revenues. Given that revenues came in at 217 million for the year, we are well within that range. And the materialities that we've set are generally at the same range for our other audits of similar size municipalities in the province of Ontario. I'll move to the next slide, please. Here we just outline the overall scope of the audit. The financial statements that were in the agenda materials does include the city itself as well as the trust funds. Those include also the idea exchange as well as the 3 BIAs. So that's all sort of wrapped up in these financial statements. And we have done separate audit opinions on each of those entities. So the next slide, please. We are required for any audit to consider the risk of fraud in the audit. And when we talk about that, we talk about really the intentional manipulation of the accounting or finance records to achieve some outcome. We're not necessarily talking about how perhaps the city might be a victim to outside fraud actors. So just want to set that stage clearly. So that's the same for any audit. The city of Cambridge, while you are special, you're not special when it comes to this topic. Having said that, based on any of the tests that we've performed, we found no evidence whatsoever to be concerned with, which is a very, very good thing. So again, back to my scorecard of keeping good score, this is checkmark number 2. On to the next slide, please. So here we start talking about some of the focus areas of the audit where we might have spent more time and attention and why. So the first refers to post-employment benefits. So that are the benefits that employees might receive through various programs. That could be through WSIB, it could be through sick leave, or could be through early retirement, health and dental. These benefits require the use of a third-party actuary to calculate the amounts because they are subject to some complexities and some significant assumptions. We've been through the reasonableness of those assumptions and found them to be appropriate. We also reviewed the work and discussed directly with the third-party actuary, Nexus Actuarial Consultants, to make sure that their work had been done properly. And again, we're able to satisfy ourselves there. On to the next slide, please. Included in the financial statements as deferred revenue are obligatory reserve funds. And the most significant of these are the development charge reserve fund. So that's required to be shown as a liability or deferred revenue on your statement of financial position. During the year, there were a couple of unique elements to this account which we want to highlight. The first is the programs that resulted in DC credits to certain developers. So in these cases, developers will construct or have constructed infrastructure in advance of when they'd otherwise normally be required to pay a development charge. When this happens, the city provides a credit to those developers for when they ultimately will take out the building permit and ultimately would have otherwise had to pay those DCs. That liability has now grown to about $11.7 million at December 31st, and will be satisfied through sort of not collecting DCs in the past because those developers have already paid for the growth-related expenditure through the construction that they've already done. The second item to identify is new for 2021, and these are the, so I'll call it the deferred DC collections as a result of Bill 108. So as you may recall, in certain instances, developers may take up to 5 years or up to 20 years to pay the development charge on their development, as opposed to paying that charge when a building permit is undertaken. At December 31, the amounts receivable under those programs amounted to just under 1.5 million. And we've looked at the underlying agreements and are satisfied that those are properly recorded as receivables. We do note that we do expect this number to continue to grow, so that number is going to get bigger. And while it may result in some risk of collection to the city, we do understand that if the city doesn't collect it, they are able to add these receivable amounts to the tax roll and then collect them through the normal process that you could collect on taxes. Next slide, please. The largest single item in the city's financial statements are your tangible capital assets. So these are your roads, buildings, underground water and wastewater infrastructure. Kudos to the retiring director of water for, gosh, sorry to the mayor, I think you said 48 years of employment. That's absolutely incredible. But having gone back to this, we do apply a significant number of tests to this because it is such a significant number to the financial statements. And we note that this year there was a large amount added to the asset roll with respect to contributed assets. Contributed assets relate to assets mostly infrastructure related, but there could be stormwater management ponds or other similar types of infrastructure that is constructed by a developer and ultimately sort of handed over to the city once that development is complete. We did go through the underlying calculations for some of those, and they're difficult to determine what those values are because a number of estimates are required. And we did identify a handful of items that did require correction, but they weren't material or significant to the financial statements. Next slide, please. Here, I won't go through every line here, but we provide a snapshot generally of the other areas of focus through the financial statements and the procedures that we performed. Next slide, please. The last thing here is we deal with uncorrected and corrected matters. So as I mentioned before, any amounts that we identify that remain uncorrected, we then have to evaluate against our materiality threshold. We're happy to say that while there are a handful of small uncorrected amounts that do not aggregate to above that materiality threshold. So again, back to the scorecard of things, this is check mark number 3. The items we identified were not greater than materiality. Next slide, please. The last, or perhaps the second last thing I'll deal with here is the identification of control deficiencies. So we did not identify any significant deficiencies in internal control. Again, back to the scorecard, this is the 4th check mark of things that we look for. Through the course of our audit, we did, and working with management, identify sort of a handful of what we would refer to as perhaps performance improvement areas, things that based on our experience, we have suggested they might look into, but certainly nothing of any significance. So that is very good news. Next slide, please. The overall financial statement presentation disclosure is good and it's appropriate. Next slide, please. And there's no matters to report with respect to new or changing accounting policies. So with that, I will close my formal remarks and turn it back over to the chair for any comments.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Matthew. It's very much appreciated. I think what we'll do is place a motion on the floor now and then move to questions and comments. So Councillor Mann, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reid, that report 22-005 CRS 2021 financial report be received, and that the audited consolidated financial statements for the Corporation of the City of Cambridge be approved for the year ended December 31st, 2021.
Thank you. So now we'll move forward to any questions of our staff or our consultant. And seeing none, does Council have any comments? Oh, Councillor Mann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make a comment in relation to the report that's been put forward. And I think it really speaks volumes on the bottom of page 163 of our report. It says, for the 6th year in a row, the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada honored the City of Cambridge with the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting for the City of Cambridge's annual report. The city has shown its ability to continue to be awarded this award, which exemplifies transparency, accountability, and reporting excellence. I just wanted to say that I think that really speaks to the leadership of our Chief Financial Officer and her team and the work that they have done. They're the committed staff, the dedication that they have displayed. We want to recognize and congratulate them for the continued success that they have done and provided for the city in financial reporting. It speaks volumes for the city, and it speaks volumes for the community to know that we have a financial officer and team who look after us as well as they do when we get this award. And then when we have our auditors come in and give us a report that speaks so well and so clearly to the success of the City of Cambridge and the financial team. So kudos to our team and for the work that they do. I just want to congratulate them and make that have that on public record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think those comments are very much appreciated and certainly echoed by myself as well as all of Council. Okay, just before I move forward to the vote, I note that Councillor Liggett has joined us. Councillor Liggett, welcome. And do you have any pecuniary interest to declare for this evening?
No, I don't.
Thank you. All right, and I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade. Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And thank you again to our consultants for joining us this evening, Matthew and Courtney.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is number 11.2.1, Report 22-014-CRE Business Improvement Area Memorandum of Understanding. So we do have James Goodrum, our Director of Economic Development, and Laura Pierce, Senior Economic Development Officer, available for questions this evening. So I think we'll go right to the motion. So I'm going to give that to Councillor Devine. Would you please read it?
I'd be happy to. 22-014-CRE Business Improvement Area Memorandum of Understanding. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mehta. Recommendation that report 22-014 (CRE Business Improvement Area Memorandum of Understanding be received, and that the city be authorized to enter into a memorandum of understanding, bracket MOU, with the Downtown Cambridge Business Improvement Area, Preston Town Center Business Improvement Area, and the Hesper Village Business Improvement Area. And that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the MOU attached as Appendix A in this report, subject to the satisfaction of the city solicitor. And that the city of Cambridge provide funding in the amount of $14,000 in 2022 to the BIAs to assist in offsetting the costs of holiday decoration program to be paid from the Economic Development Reserve account. And that the city of Cambridge include the holiday decoration program as a line item in the Economic Development's operating budget in 2023 and beyond. And further, that existing policies P-110.060 urban development projects and POLD plus -26.060 cost sharing projects be repealed. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. So I'll turn to members of council now to see if there are any questions for staff. And seeing none, are there any comments that council wishes to make? Councillor Reid, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just wanted to make a comment that it has been my observation over my terms that I have been a councillor that our BIAs are working really well together. I'm really pleased to see that. And this is an example of togetherness that has been happening over the years. It also makes it very clear as to the responsibilities that the city has and the responsibilities the BIA have, and that each one, is being treated in the same manner. So I think it's a really great motion to approve, and I'm really pleased to see it here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? I would just like to add a few of my own. I certainly appreciate the BIAs and their commitment to not only beautifying our downtown cores, but also setting up the two areas where we've had closures of the streets to allow for increased community enjoyment of our patio season. I certainly know that they were working late into the night to ensure that the two areas are beautified and ready to go. Certainly along Main Street, I happened along, and I think the downtown Cambridge BIA person came into our table to join us for a glass of water about 10 p.m. or 10:30. He was still working hard when I left. So I really certainly appreciate everyone's commitment and collaboration to get this beautification program forward. And it certainly has taken off from last year. So very much appreciated. Councillor Reid, is that a legacy hand? Yes, it was. Okay, Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You reminded me with the comments about the street closures and the patio. I just want to make it known that the Preston BIA isn't able to have a street closure because that's a through street through our city, a highway. So they aren't able to do that. And I want to remind everybody that when they enjoy those patios that are in the closed parts of the city, there are other places, restaurants and bars and patios throughout the city who would also welcome the opportunity to host the people of this community as well as our friends and relatives as they come into town. So don't forget those ones while you're out there having fun in the closed parts of the downtowns.
Thank you. Good reminder for all. Seeing no further hands up, I'm ready to call for the vote. So, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor. And that carries. Thank you. Next up on our agenda, we have item number 11.2.2, Report 22-018-CRE Core Area Transformation Fund 2022 update. We do have James Goodrum, Director of Economic Development, available for questions this evening, but I think we'll begin with placing the motion on the floor first. Councillor Urmeta, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. Item 22-018 CRE Core Areas Transformation Fund 2022 update. Moved by myself. It's seconded by Councillor Mann. The recommendation that report 22-018 bracket CRE RE Core Areas Transformation Fund 2022 update be received as information. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'll turn to members of council to see if you have any questions for staff. I do have one, and thank you, James, for bringing the report forward. And I note that, it has been a busy fund over the, since its inception. And we have done a fair bit of purchasing significant buildings in areas where we want to see some revitalization. And it leads me to believe that part of the focus of the Core Area Transformation Fund is on placemaking. And I know that there are areas throughout the world, cities throughout the world, that have curated areas where they're free spaces where the community can come together and be connected. And nothing connects things better than outside activities that are fun and interactive. And we're certainly looking forward to seeing a couple of those private sector curated placemaking ideas when the Gaslight District fully comes on board. I had the pleasure of sitting down with the company that was looking at those placemaking ideas back in the summer of 2018, and we'll be seeing the fruition of those consultations at the time. And certainly we have many people in our community that would like to see some of these spaces come alive. It's part of the vibrancy of our city. It's one of the reasons why people do go to visit outside areas. I'll think back to Rockefeller Square, for instance, in the States, where there was this tiny outdoor space between tall buildings in downtown New York. And they had the idea that they would program that space every month, and it became one of the centers that draws people into the city for tourism and for activity, family-centered activities, that has made a previously unusable space vibrant. So I guess my question is that as we look to some of the rest of the fund in placemaking, I understand that there's a number of people that have those ideas, but is there an idea to really have a consultant perhaps look over the entire city, somebody that has a lot of experience in curating placemaking ideas and designs for different cities throughout the world, to come in and sort of assist us with connecting not only our core areas, but perhaps the rivers together with those kinds of activities?
Well, Mayor, one of the things that we are looking at, this fund's primarily focused on the core areas. So there is the next report that's coming up from Mr. Bromberg's department that talks about placemaking more generally across the city, and maybe we could discuss it more at that time. We do have an application in under the Core Area Transformation Fund to bring in a consultant that will look at placemaking and different experiences that could occur within the core areas, but it isn't something that is being looked at citywide at this moment. Nonetheless, as you'll see in the next report, the city's been undertaking a lot of different placemaking, tourism type projects over the last several years.
Thank you. And I do recall there's certainly several several companies that curate these kinds of designs, and sometimes it's the municipality that's paying for them. Sometimes it's a partnership with corporations or private businesses, or others that have a series of private investments that tie these together. But my own comment about this would be that I think we're at a time now where the fund has gotten going. People understand a little bit more about placemaking. We've been talking about it. And I think certainly during COVID, when we understood that we needed more connection throughout the city, that this is a really important piece. So just wondering if, approximately when that next report might be coming forward.
Oh, to the mayor, the report's actually next on this agenda tonight, where we're talking.
Oh, that one. Okay.
About, placemaking and those types of activities more citywide. So this is kind of a companion report. Maybe we should have done it in a different order, but my report's focusing on the core area transformation fund, downtown placemaking, whereas Leslie Heads and Hardy's reports focused on more of the placemaking, cultural development across the city. We do have an application in from the private sector that will be coming to council in July. And part of that project is to fund a consultant who has experience in what you spoke about earlier, curating these types of projects in cities around the world. Looking at doing some work here in Cambridge. So that'll be coming before council in a couple months' time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I thought it was important for not only ourselves, but certainly our viewing public to understand about this. This is an exciting initiative for the city and certainly part of our strategic plan. So delighted to see this. Are there further any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adjade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. And moving right along on our agenda, we have now item 11.3.1, report 22-081 CD 2022 placemaking report to council. How timely is that? Councillor Reid, you have the motion. Would you like the clerk to read it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Recommendation that report 22-018 CD 2022 placemaking report to council be received for information.
Thank you. So we'll now move again for any questions of staff. Seeing none, does council have any comments? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to thank staff for the efforts and the attention to detail that they put into this report. I was really excited to read it, and I think it's amazing to see the types of projects all across the city that are going to be put into place in the future to really make Cambridge a fully integrated, exciting community and a sense of place that I think we're all going to be proud of. I was disappointed on page 264 that the feasibility of the Surfwave project doesn't seem to be a possibility anymore, because I think the Cambridge Surf really had something great going there. But hopefully in the future, if circumstances change, if issues with the dam change, and of course working with our partners in First Nations and Indigenous communities, hopefully that's something that we can kickstart again. Following up from the previous conversation, because it was related, I do think that there's a lot of wisdom in consulting someone that's had experience engaging in placemaking projects in other cities, because it's not quite as simple as just doing some interesting or some cool things here and there without any sense of overarching strategy as to how to interconnect them, how to make sure that they flow into one another, how to make sure that you're fully engaging the river, the open spaces, types of businesses, and you really create that sense of flow that develops organically in any community, especially those you see over in Europe. So I think having that strategy from someone that has expertise in this could be very advantageous because of the sheer growth that we're seeing in the region presently. It's something that we should try to engage properly if we can, and turn to those that have experience in it. So I'd just like to thank staff again. Despite the lack of the surf wave, I think it's a fantastic initiative. I'm really excited to see a lot of these projects come together. And I really think we're going to create an exciting place to live for all residents as the city grows. So thank you very much to staff for this.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Hamilton said exactly what I would have said, but probably far more eloquently. So thank you. When I made my comments in the previous report. Seeing no further hands, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adjade,
Favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have item 11.3.2, Report 22-071 CD Recreation Complex Joint Use Campus Update. I just wanted to note that we have Shane Taylor, who's our project lead, Recreation Services, and Leslie Head, Director of Recreation and Culture for questions. And we also have Ron Spina, Collier's project leaders, who will provide a presentation. But just ahead of that, I just was going to turn to Mr. Bromberg for some introductory remarks about the project that's coming forward at the moment. And take it away, Mr. Bromberg.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to members of Council. As you may recall, what brought us here today was Council's direction to enter into discussions with the Idea Exchange and both school boards on a joint use complex. The outcome of those discussions and Council's subsequent approval was to pursue two separate buildings with a community park between the two buildings, and it was known at the time as Concept 4. And Council may also recall earlier this month, you provided direction to staff to proceed with the process to procure an architect to begin building design concepts for our portion of the facility, as the school board has already done so for their portion. Now, tonight's report is to share with you some further details on how the overall site is moving forward that aligns with that Concept 4 by having a community park and the two separate buildings. So I think it is fair to say that staff are very excited to see the progress on the largest facility investment in Cambridge. And with me, Mayor McGarry, as you had already mentioned this evening, is Leslie Head and Shane Taylor, our project lead, and he will also be introducing our consultant with this project as they prepared a brief presentation summarizing the report. So with that, Mayor McGarry, thanks for the opportunity to introduce this topic to both you and Council.
Thank you. And I'll turn now to, did Shane and Leslie want to say anything, or we'll move right to the presentation? Mr. Taylor, you've unmuted. That's my sign. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of Council, and thanks again for the opportunity to come tonight and present to you. I'm, of course, joined by Ron Spina. We want to present basically what's been going on with the joint use campus behind the scenes. There's been actually quite a lot of work happening at the joint use campus planning table. And Ron is going to briefly walk you through where we are currently at. We are, of course, looking for the opportunity tonight to update Council on what current decisions are underway and also to seek direction on continuing to move forward. So with that, Ron, I'm going to hand it over to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council and staff members of Cambridge. I'm going to walk you through a brief summary, and obviously I will pause at the end for any questions. Next slide, please. So everybody is familiar with this, but very quickly, this was the concept floor plan that Cambridge has been working on over the last couple of years. The idea being that it would be a joint use campus consisting of two properties that would arrange their buildings in a way that would lend themselves to some public amenity space that could be shared, of course, by everybody equally in the community as the designs evolve. Next slide, please. So this is a conceptual rendering that was developed, as I said, in 2021. It shows, of course, in the foreground, the school building, which is a building that would be shared by both school boards. And in the background further away, that would be the positioning for the recreation center and idea exchange. Next slide, please. So the school boards have hired an architect. The architect's been working pretty aggressively on putting together a design. We've had a few meetings with the school boards, that is a project team from Cambridge and the school boards, to discuss their design. Their design shows, once again, the school building in the foreground, and the recreation center in the background. The recreation center in the background is very, very conceptual. But what this drawing also shows is there's I'll call it a hill, call it a grade change or a hill, currently between the recreation center property and the school board property, that we hope to continue to work through how to optimize that, either leveling it out or making some adjustments once we get an architect on board for Cambridge, which we hope to have on board in July. Next slide, please. So this is a view, but now I'll say it's more along the lines of a front view, which, once again, this is very conceptual. We want to have our architect on board so that we can optimize the site for Cambridge, as well as work out a good arrangement of the two buildings, consistent with joint use and sharing, which are part of the fundamental aspects of the development of this property. Next slide, please. So currently, we're looking at obviously finalizing a transfer of the property to the school boards. And on the right, the initial idea that was presented to this council showed the line up the middle with a few jogs. But after reviewing the current school board design, the project team felt that a more appropriate subdivision of the properties would be the image on the left. The actual percentage of the properties is almost cut right down the middle. It's still almost 50% for the school boards and 50% for Cambridge. It's just a rearrangement of the boundary between the two properties to provide more flexibility to Cambridge for further development of the site outside of the building. Next slide, please. So the project team recommendation is to continue to coordinate with the idea exchange and the two school boards, the site planning design for both of the buildings, as well as any internal sharing arrangements, which may be satisfactory to both the partners. The second bullet is, of course, we want to continue to look at how we can optimize location of the park as an amenity space for the joint use lands and for everybody in the community to use. Of course, we want to look at everything from accessibility to programming and sustainability. So there definitely is further development required, and that's why we would like to have an architect on board for Cambridge. As I said, we're looking at July to have an architect to start developing ideas. And finally, an approval from the council to share how we share the property boundary to finalize a transfer of the land to the school boards. And that ends my presentation. And I am now open for any questions from council, Your Worship, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Ron, for your presentation. So I will now turn to members of council for just that, for any questions. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thank you very much for your presentation, Ron. I know it's kind of looking into the crystal ball if we do go with this arrangement, but where would the optimal location for those the green space and playground facilities possibly be? It seemed fairly ideal between the schools, but where else would they go under the current or the proposed arrangement? Sorry.
Back through the chair. Very good question. We really need to get an architect on board to start modeling where the best location would be for the park. Councillor Hamilton, we have to look at the grading. We're hoping to work out a more effective grading transition between both properties, as well as the configuration of the building and the spaces. So I really can't speculate what would be the best location until we get an architect with the knowledge and the experience of doing that on board to start presenting options for us.
Oh, thank you. I think with two schools and a library or an idea exchange, that getting that park right, I think is essential. I speak not only as the ward councillor of where the rec complex is going to go, but as a father of two very young children that love playgrounds. Doing that playground and that park properly, I think will be excellent for those schools and their facilities. So I'm really hoping we can get that straightened out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Leggett. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Spina, I think the first thing that struck me when I looked at this was the isolation of both of the schools from each other. So there was no coming together. I recognize the fact that it's stated in here about shared playgrounds, but I have concerns even about that because when I was growing up, I grew up in the military, and we had a Catholic school, and then we had what was called the Protestant school. We had a chain link fence down the middle of our playground. We were so isolated from each other, it created animosity that never left. Even once you got home, you were still pitted against each other as the two religions. And when I look at this whole concept, I see nothing that connects it to bring the kids together. So when I look at this, I think there's an opportunity to do something in that park that joins the two schools at some point, whether it be a pergola or something that can be open 24 hours, but there's still a connection. So doors out of the school that would enter into that. I just would hate to isolate one based on religion, one group of kids from the other. So if you could take that back and think about that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had a similar upbringing, so I understand what you're saying, and our plan is to try to share as many of the aspects of I'll call it the campus amongst everybody as possible, but I will definitely bring that back, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if the architect is going to be also doing the idea exchange as well as the buildings that will house the pools.
Back through the chair, the Councillor Reid. The same architect will be designing all those aspects on behalf of Cambridge.
Okay, so the only thing we're not designing are the schools.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, Mr. Bromberg, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, the concept is 2 buildings. The one building will have the city facility as well as the idea exchange, and the other building will be the 2 school boards sharing the one building. So the school boards do not have separate buildings. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, go ahead. Or are you finished? Okay, are there any further comments from members of council before we put the motion on the floor? And again, Ron, thank you for joining us this evening and for the presentation. So we'll now go and put the motion on the floor, and Councillor Hamilton, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation that Report 22-071 CD Recreation Complex Joint Use Campus Update be received, and that Council direct City staff to continue to coordinate with Idea Exchange, Waterloo Regional District School Board, and Waterloo Catholic District School Board to achieve project outcomes consistent with the approved Concept 4, 1 campus, 2 separate facilities, and that Council direct City staff, to work with the design consultants to identify the optimal location for a park amenity space within the joint use campus lands to be presented for approval as part of detailed design at a future council meeting. And further, the council approved the revised property boundary between the school boards and city lands while maintaining previously agreed upon land area quantities.
Thank you. Are there any further questions at this point? Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Sorry, it was a comment.
I'll just see if there's any other questions first. And seeing none, now comments. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, I was just going to say that as a teacher, I've always noted that nothing is more fun for kids than a hill. So I wouldn't be in too great a hurry to get rid of the hill on the property, because tobogganing, just sliding down at recess, etc., and just rolling down a hill. Kids love it. So don't be in a hurry to get rid of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adjade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And thank you again, Ron, for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody.
Next on our agenda, we have item 11.3.3, Report 22-034 CD Upper Country Club Subdivision Neighborhood Traffic Safety Petition. Try and say that again. This report was deferred from the May 17th council. We also, I just wanted to point out that do we have Kevin DeLiba, Director of Engineering, with us?
Yes, sorry, let me bring him.
Yep. And we're also expecting Shannon Noonan, Manager of Transportation Engineering, available for questions this evening. But I think what we'll do is begin with placing the item on the floor. Councillor Mehta, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you. Yes, I do, Madam Chair. The item 22-034 CD Upper Country Club Subdivision Neighborhood Traffic Safety Petition is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. And the recommendation is that report 22-034 CD Upper Country Club Subdivision Neighborhood Traffic Safety Petition be received as information. I do have a few comments I can make afterwards, but if you want to get the questions first, I'm good with that.
If you'd like to speak to the motion first, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. I did receive some correspondence from a constituent of mine named Nancy, who really wanted to come in and address council. She had a work commitment that she couldn't make it, so I told her that I would summarize basically what she sent me, and I scribbled it down quickly in my own writing before the meeting started. So I've got doctor's writing. We'll see if I can read my writing, but I'll make sure I get her points across. So yes, so like I said, she had a work commitment in Burlington and it was unavoidable. She really wanted to be here. She says that it is her hope that council will take her community's concerns about traffic safety seriously. And speed signs are not enough. Cars are speeding past them daily. And she would appreciate council's consideration of either season speed bumps on Arthur Fatch between Canamera and Carhart Boulevard, or at Biggs Crescent and Arthur Fatch, or raised intersections at these and other locations throughout the Upper Country Club community. And she's saying that young people with low riding cars are being reckless as they speed through the neighborhood, and speed bumps and or raised intersections would force them to slow down. She would hate to see a child or anyone for that matter suffer injuries or perish because of some careless driver didn't respect the speed limits. And she has spoken with her neighbor, who is a transportation technologist, who explained the benefits of the speed restricting options, which are in place in a number of other cities across the province. And she says that we need more bylaw officers for a wide range of reasons, and speeding is a big one. She says she loves her community, however, is concerned about the safety. And she says that this must change. She appreciates the park improvements that were recently made, however, wants more to be done on neighborhood safety because speeding really is a problem. And she says that she pays high property taxes and wants a greater emphasis for neighborhood safety. So those are her thoughts that I said I would read to you all this evening.
Thank you very much. So I'll move to any questions for staff. And seeing none, does anyone else from council have comments? And seeing none, I just wanted to make one of my own. I just felt that it's very important to ensure that our community is safe as possible, and traffic issues and traffic safety, road safety seems to be an ongoing issue, not just within our own city, but really across all municipalities. It's something that we all have to work hard on. Ultimately, it comes down to the driver following the posted speed limits and safety rules. However, we as municipalities are committed, especially this city, in order to ensure road safety. So certainly, I'm appreciative of this conversation. Councillor Mehta, is that a new hand?
It is.
All right, then please go ahead.
More comments. Thank you. So through you, I would just like to say that her comments are consistent with what I've been hearing throughout the neighborhood. And the residents, they communicate to me quite often on a regular basis. We did have a petition come in with over 300 signatures. I know a number of items were covered in that petition, but the big one is the speeding. And I am grateful that staff took the time to meet with my constituents. And, I can support the report because I do understand, the work that's been done and where the information was coming from. And, you know, I also wanted to say, though, that I do feel there is more that needs to be done. And I'm still getting a lot of requests in that neighborhood, you know, whether it's speed bumps, raised intersections, you know, having some always stops. I know that they don't meet the criteria for like a warranted always stop, but we have put stop signs up in the past that haven't been warranted. And I think that, you know, there are other good reasons to consider something like that. And what I'm requesting from council, so I am going to support this motion, but what I'm requesting from council is some direction to staff, for staff to have like a meeting or an open house with the neighborhood as a whole in Whitmer Park, like an outdoor meeting. I would say June or July. You know, we need to give enough notice, but at the same time, I'm requesting we don't do it during holidays either. So, you know, finding that happy medium. And anyone can go to that meeting or open house. I really feel that we need to do more outreach in that neighborhood, because it's a neighborhood that normally does not come out to council meetings for a number of reasons, you know, whether there are individuals who can't speak English, or whether, you know, they work in downtown Toronto and they get home late. I think a good time for an outdoor meeting would be from 7 at night to 9, like 7 to 9 preferably, or 6:30 to 8:30, like in that range. So that is the request that I have this evening, because I'm still getting a lot of concerns, and I want to be able to have a meeting with the neighborhood and staff to talk about next steps. And if there are budgetary impacts, how do we handle that? You know, how can we plan future budgets? If you know, if a good idea comes forward and if we need to plan for that financially, you know, I think it's good to have these conversations ahead of time. And I applaud the work that's been done. I appreciate the 40 zone in front of the park and the bollards on Arthur Fat. So, you know, good work has been done, but I still feel we're not done. And I would like to have that consultation. And if possible, I would recommend too, if we could get a translator out to the meeting as well. When we had the public meeting or open house regarding the park improvements, we did have a translator there. She was excellent. The neighborhood was impressed. So if that could be arranged, or if we have someone on staff who can communicate in that language, that would be good too. So that's what I would like to put forward in addition to the motion that we've got on the floor. Thank you.
Councillor Mehta, I think what we're going to do is vote on the motion that's on the floor, and then we can look at staff direction. That's a lot of direction rather than just starting it off. We certainly know that staff know how to put together a public meeting, but I'm going to just switch to Councillor Wolf at the moment. But I think we'll just vote on the motion there and then look at staff direction after. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was going to ask staff how many other communities or constituents have asked for speed bumps and stop signs, because I think, as you've said, it's an extremely common problem throughout the whole city, and it's not only this area that has needs. And I think that our staff, you know, have a good handle on the entire city, and you know, and this is a very, very common request: speed bumps and stop signs. And I think we have to respect staff's professionalism and you know, competency to you know, tell us where these should actually be. So I don't know if staff have a comment on the frequency of this kind of request.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wolf, you summarized it quite well. We do receive numerous requests each year for speed management measures, stop control measures. This is why council put in place the speed management program. And through that, we look at soft measures, seasonal traffic calming, before we get into hard physical interventions. such as raised intersections, speed humps, and whatnot. We always take these matters seriously, always conduct our traffic investigations, speed assessments to determine what the data tells us in order to help try to ensure that the appropriate measures are in place to try to help curb driver behavior. With that, I'll just close my comments there.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to, again, put the motion back on the floor and bring that vote in, and then we'll just do some follow-up comments. So I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Atchade.
Favor.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor Atchade?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So regarding Councillor Mehta's request to meet, I think what I might do is, based on your comments, Mr. Liebet, I think what we'll do is have you reach out to Councillor Mehta and sort of discuss the comments after staff have had a chance to take those back and look at some of the requests from the citizens, and then certainly with the overall traffic management program that we have in the city, I know that there's concerns. And I'm just going to turn to Councillor Mehta to see if that's what he would like to do. Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is. I just wanted to, though, just to very summarize, there were a couple of incidences in the neighborhood that I do not want to discuss publicly. And that is also part of the reason. So I'll be glad to have a conversation with Kevin or Mr. DeLeep. Like, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem with staff meeting the residents and a councillor on any item that comes before us, and we all have a different way in which we handle the problems within our ward. And I'm wondering if this could be, and Councillor Mehta could speak better to this. I'm thinking that as an alternative, if it turns out that we can't do as big a meeting as what he's intending, if there could be one of his famous or infamous town halls that he's held over the years, and have a staff person there just to address some of those issues that could come forward from this if they can't be settled prior to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. I am going to defer to the clerk, who has some restrictions on what can be done by incumbents during an election period. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you. My recommendation is for the councillor to follow up with staff, and we can put a plan in place on what kind of consultation we may be able to undertake with the staff member. As far as a town hall during the election period, I would not recommend that at this time, but that's something we can further discuss as well, based on the use of corporate resource policy.
Thank you. Councillor Mehta, is that a legacy hand?
Well, the meeting needs to be in the park, whatever you're going to do, like the outreach, because it's a type of
Councillor Mehta, that is
Yeah.
a detail. I'm going to refer you back to staff at this particular time. Okay. Thank you. All right, we will move ahead now. Our next agenda item, we have 11.3.4, Report 22-045 CD, request to designate 12 Dayton Street and 74 Queen Street East under the Ontario Heritage Act. So we do have Joan Jalan, Manager of Policy Planning, available for any questions this evening. But Councillor Devine, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Yes, thank you, Mary Gary. Item 2205 CD request to designate 12 Dayton Street and 74 Queen Street East under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Liggett. The Cambridge Council authorizes the clerk to publish a notice of intention to designate for the property municipally known as, so I got to turn the page, 12 Dayton Street in accordance with Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act because of its cultural heritage value. And the council authorizes the clerk to publish a notice of intention to designate for the property municipally known as 74 Queen Street East, bracket that has proposed office in accordance with Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act because of its cultural heritage value. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, does council have any comments? Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. I just wanted to mention that I'm always grateful when a property owner takes it upon themselves to designate any of our heritage properties rather than do something that's more destructive. And I think that we're very lucky to have these, this property owner do such a thing as the designation. So it was just sort of a shout out to them for being responsible for a heritage property.
Thank you. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Just a point of information, 74 Queen Street is owned by the city.
And so it is. It was one of our first purchase out of the Core Area Transformation Fund, if I recall. Seeing no further comments or questions, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. We've been going at this for a couple of hours, so I'm now going to call for a 10-minute recess for a bio break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks everyone for your patience. Welcome back, everyone. Could council members turn their cameras on, please? Thank you. So next on our agenda, we have item number 11.3.5, Report 22-069 CD Recommendation Report, Minister Zoning Order Request, 1500 Kossuth Road. We do have a registered delegation on this item, as well as a staff presentation. So we'll move first to Joan Gillan, our Manager of Policy Planning, and Brian Cooper, Senior Policy Planner. They are here this evening, and I understand that Brian Cooper, Senior Planner, Policy, will provide a presentation this evening, and that both Joan and Brian are available for any questions. And then after that, then we'll go to delegations. So welcome, and please begin.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Council and members of the public. My name is Brian Cooper, and I'll be giving today's presentation on our requested Minister's Zoning Order for 1500 Kossuth Road. The proposed use is an outdoor recreational use, and specifically it's for a paintball operation. Next slide, please. So under Section 47 of the Planning Act, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is given the authority to approve zoning orders for things that normally council would be the approval authority on. So those are things like zoning bylaw amendments, interim control bylaws, as well as temporary use bylaw amendments. Another unique thing about an MZO is it is not subject to appeal rights, and it also is not required to conform to a municipal official plan, as is required for any other bylaw normally passed by a council. In this case, the owner of 1500 Kossuth Road has made a request for council support of a minister's zoning order for their lands. Next slide, please. So on the screen is a map showing the subject property, and this is a schedule from the draft order, which is included in the staff report. The map breaks up the lands into three separate areas, A, B, and C. Area A, which is the western portion of the property, is the proposed location for recreational uses. Also proposed are agricultural uses, agritourism uses, as well as agriculture-related uses. So under the order, this is where the proposed paintball operation would be located, and this is generally where it was located in the past. Area B is the along the frontage of the property. That's proposed to be zoned to restrict to agricultural uses, agritourism uses, as well as agricultural-related uses. And the large area in green, area C, is proposed to be limited to open space uses under our current zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So in the fall of 2021, Council approved a policy to guide the review of these types of requests for MZOs. Under the policy, any request must include a planning justification report, and the proponent has included a supporting report, which is included in the staff report tonight. The MZO request will then be presented to Council for consideration, and that's the purpose of tonight's meeting. Council may approve the request based on the support, based on the information contained in that supporting document, or alternatively, Council can request that the proponent consult with the public as well as affected agencies like the region, GRCA, or City of Cambridge. And Council also has the option to not support the requested MZO. Next slide, please. So tonight's recommendation is that the report be received and that Council direct staff to review and circulate the requested MZO internally for comment, and that the proponent circulate the request and supporting material to the region, the Conservation Authority, Six Nations of the Grand River, and Mississaugas of the Credit for review and comment, as well as to consult with neighboring property owners and First Nation groups. And finally, staff is recommending that the proponent report back to staff on the results of that circulation and consultation in order for staff to prepare a further report for council consideration on this matter. Thank you, and that's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Brian, but I think we'll hold off on questions until we hear from all of our delegations on this item and the motion is placed on the floor. And we do have 5 registered delegations for this evening for this item. So we're going to take a moment to get our first delegation on the line, and that is Dave Aston. Hi, Dave. It's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Sorry, I was just dealing with YouTube.
Yes, it's been kind of the bane of our existence today, I think. Just a couple of introductory remarks. This is for all delegations, but a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, that you are respectful in your comments, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So I will let you know when your 5 minutes is up, but at 1 minute, you should hear a bell. So welcome, Dave, and please begin.
Great. Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of council. I really am here this evening. Just as a brief introduction, I understand that Ms. Kimpson will be speaking and will have additional information really in support of the request. I know that she will outline how some consultation has occurred, and as part of the submission, there was planning information and a draft minister zoning order provided. And just to point to that draft minister zoning order, it did include a number of details related to the operation itself and location of the operation, and ensuring that the location was focused to the rear portion of the lands where the use previously was, with agricultural remaining to the front portion of the land. So I really was here in support of Ms. Kimpson. If there were any questions, maybe more of a planning nature, but I believe that she is on as a delegation and was going to speak to more of the background and relationship of the request in context of timing and some of the consultation.
Thank you, Dave. I will just turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions for you of clarification. And seeing none, thank you again for participating in the meeting this evening and for taking the time with us to call into the meeting. So no questions, Dave. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Corey Kimpson. We'll just bring Corey into the meeting.
Thank you, Dave. I will just turn.
Hi, Corey. It's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. And you've turned down YouTube, which is about a 25 to 30 second delay behind you?
That's correct, I have.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, welcome, Corey. And you'll hear a bell at the 5 minute or at the 4 minute mark. So that'll give you another minute to wrap up. So please begin and welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor McGarry, members of council, City of Cambridge staff, and community members. I'm here tonight respectfully asking you to please consider supporting our request for a minister's zoning order to allow Flagger's Paintball to operate on our Kossuth Road property. As you are aware, we have been trying to relocate our business back to Cambridge to the property we own since early January 2021. We are now 1.5 years later, still unable to operate our business, continuing to move through multiple planning processes. This request is one of the paths Cambridge Council could take to support Flaggerters and get us closer to operating again, possibly salvaging some of the 2022 season. The pandemic has resulted in considerable hardship for Flaggerters Paintball, as we have had to close our indoor location, and due to various restrictions in place during 2020, we're only able to operate at the outdoor location for a partial season. Flaggerters Paintball did not operate at all during the 2021 paintball season, resulting in a loss of employment for our staff of 25, the loss of recreation opportunity for our community, and the loss of economic benefit to the region of Waterloo. By supporting our request, Council would be supporting a small family-run business, provide employment opportunities to members of our community, provide an opportunity for members of our community to participate in a safe, fun, and physically engaging sport, and stimulate our local economy by providing yet another attraction to tourists. Data collected in 2019 and 2020 from our regular participant waivers shows that 77% of guests travel to our community from outside the Tri-Cities area, with 22% from the GTA and the rest of southwestern Ontario. Council support of this request would expedite the planning process and possibly provide the opportunity for Cambridge to host one of the Ontario Paintball League tournament events this year. The last such event, hosted in London earlier this month, saw over 600 people participate over a 2-day period, resulting in a number of overnight stays, food, and other expenditures in the community. At a time when Waterloo Region is seeking sports tourism events to help recoup the losses suffered by the hospitality industry over the past 2 years, this event, run completely with private sector dollars, would provide a huge boost to our community with an increased global presence in sport, increased opportunities to host additional sporting events at the provincial level or higher, and an opportunity to promote the sport of paintball in our community. There has been a significant amount of public consultation with regard to Flag Raiders Paintball, returning to Kossuth Road. In addition to the public meeting hosted by the City of Cambridge on Tuesday, May 17th, where Council heard from a large number of delegations, we have also initiated the following opportunities to meet with and hear from members of the community. Public open houses held at the Cambridge Butterfly Conservatory on May 10th and May 11th. Email correspondence with the Kossuth Road Neighbor Group, inviting neighbors to meet with us at their convenience as individuals or a group. This occurred on 2 separate occasions. There has also been extensive media coverage throughout the area. As of today, we've met with neighbors representing 5 households, none of whom are related to us, and answered questions, provided tours of the property, and so on. Feedback has generally been supportive, and 3 of the above households have submitted letters of support or appeared as delegations previously in support of our use. We continue to be willing to meet with any members of the community who have questions, comments, or concerns. I've also had the opportunity to consult with Robin Sandstone, consultation supervisor from the Land Use Unit for 6 Nations of the Grand River, who does not have any concerns with our proposed use on the Kossuth Road property. Flag Raiders Paintball is not like any of the large corporations who council support of their minister's zoning orders. We are a small family-run business with deep roots in the community. For almost 40 years, we've provided guests from near and far with an opportunity to participate in the sport of paintball. We respectfully ask Council to support our request to operate on a portion of our 60-acre site. As our community looks to recover from the pandemic, this is a welcome opportunity for new growth in our city. We support the city's strategy of creating opportunities for tourism and economic development, supporting the vision of making Cambridge a better place to live, work, and play. Although small in scale to these massive projects, Council support would mean a great deal to our family business and to many members of our community who no longer have a place to participate in their sport of choice, paintball. I thank you in advance for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Right on the money there, time-wise. Just hang on the line while I just turn to members of Council to see if there are questions for you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Sorry. Excuse me. Corey, when I look at this motion, it seems to me that a lot of this is already being done. Sorry. Could you please tell me what hasn't been done?
Well, at this point, if I look through the report that has gone through with the recommendation report, is that what you're referring to?
Sorry, I know that you sat with the region. I know you've sat with our city staff extensively, and you've just said that you've met with 6 Nations or had conversations with them. You've met with the neighbors. So what in this motion would be still to do?
I have not yet had consultation with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I haven't had an opportunity to connect with them. But as far as you know, we've met with the city, we've met with the region, we've met with neighbors, people of the community. You know, this has really been something that's been out publicly for quite some time, and we've had an opportunity to talk to a number of people and organizations about it.
Okay, follow up, please, Madam Chair. So since you've done all of that, it would be quite easy for you to have that paperwork quickly in order to come back to us at the next meeting. Would it be?
Absolutely. I don't see why not.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I'll turn next to Councillor Urmeta. Councillor Urmeta?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Corey, for speaking. My question is, what timeline would you need in order to be operational this season? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Urmeta. If we were given permission to operate on the property, subject to any, you know, conditions that we had to meet, we feel that we would be able to be operational and operating recreational paintball as soon as a 2-week period. And if things were to happen with enough notice, it's possible that we would be able to host the last Ontario Provincial League event in September of this year.
All right, thank you. I'll ask a question to Corey. Just wondering on the list of the agencies there, I mean, there's certainly a large number of agencies to circulate to. Have you been in front of the GRCA already? And if so, what did they say?
I have not personally talked to the GRCA as of yet. The area that we are proposing to use is the same one that had been previously approved as part of our 2 temporary use bylaw amendments before when we were on the property. I'm not sure what their comments were with regard to the pre-consultation process. We did enter into that last year, but I have not heard back what their comments were at that time.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Corey, I'm just wondering if council should approve you to go ahead and request an MZO. Have you any idea of how long it might take the province to make a decision on whether or not they would actually approve an MZO for this particular business?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Reid. No, it's our understanding that there really is no predetermined timeline that the minister would grant an MZO with, although we have had conversations with various people in the provincial government who are supportive of our use and returning to this property.
So I know in some cases we've experienced that an MZO could take several months, so we really don't know.
That's correct. And I think that is why, in addition to this MZO request, you know, we are also pursuing other processes in parallel in an effort to get ourselves open as quickly as possible. And if that means that we, you know, travel alongside a couple of different paths at the same time, it'll just be a matter of which one gets us to the finish line first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mehta, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. My other question is this Ontario Provincial League event in October, do we have any idea of how many people that could bring to the city? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Urmeta. So the Ontario Paintball League has a number of teams that are signed up for the events. So typically what you would have at one event would continue all the way through the season, with the exceptions of certain events being more accessible or more popular. So the last event that was held in London had 58 teams, resulting in approximately 600 people. It has been suggested, and based on our previous events, we would have at least that for an event that was held in this area, because it's just such a great area. There's, so many areas for people to stay, whether they camp or stay in hotels. There would likely be teams flying in as well because of the proximity to the airport. So it certainly would be a well-received event. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move next to Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, when you say that there are 600 people looking at your site, can your site accommodate 600 people, like parking and, or do they all, there wouldn't be 600 people at the same time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Wolf. It's a really good question, actually. So that would be 600 people over the course of the weekend. The tournament typically runs 4 separate divisions, with 2 divisions playing on each day. And much like a tournament, you would have sort of the greatest concentration of teams initially, and they would each start off each day, and then things would sort of peter out as teams are eliminated from play throughout the day. So although there would be 600 people throughout the course of the weekend, there would not be that many people at one time. With regard to parking, we've had the opportunity to take note over the past couple of years as to the number of cars that have been on site during these events. When we offered the event at Bingham's location, when Wasaga Beach Paintball offered their event, and when Adrenaline in London offered their event. So we actually took note of the number of cars that were on site at various points during the day, and we've incorporated that into what our proposed site plan would be to ensure that we had enough parking to make sure the vehicles were tucked away behind the sort of down the laneway and behind the tree line, so they weren't on the road.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go next to Councillor Adshade. Councillor Adshade, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Corey, thanks for your presentation. I know you've increased the parking lot from previous years that you were in operation. One of the concerns the neighborhood had with they're concerned about parking on the road, but I'm just wondering if you could tell us how many cars, if that would be a problem, and how many cars your parking lot can hold.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Adshade, thank you very much. So when we calculated the number of cars that would go in the parking lot to accommodate this, as I do recall the question that the neighbor asked at the meeting at the Butterfly Conservatory, we did allow for, I believe, 270 cars to be parked, recognizing that on a large tournament day, we would take part of the recreational paintball field and it wouldn't be in play. So we would have the ability, if we needed to, for any overflow parking, to park additional vehicles on the other playing fields away from the roadway, still allowing the tournament to go on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for our delegation? I just have another one, Corey. I know that at the last public meeting we were talking about some of the other pathways that you're traveling along in concurrently with an application for an MZO. Can you just remind me of where you're at with the application to rezone this property under the regional official plan review that'll be next year? Thanks.
Thank you very much for your question, Madam Mayor. So Dave may be better able, Dave Aston, our planner, may be better able to answer this, but I will give it a try. We do currently have an application that has been sent to me, and I was just filling out the last little bits that Dave did not fill out. And that is for a zoning bylaw amendment that would allow to permit a secondary to agriculture use. It is my understanding that going through that pathway, along with some of the changes that could be coming into play with regard to the region official plan amendment, that would fall into place and would be another pathway that would allow our use to come into conformity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if I may add to that,
Go ahead.
And I think part of that application as well could run in conjunction with the temporary use bylaw initiated by the city. That the temporary use bylaw would allow the use to come into conformity or to be brought into conformity. So then it would allow the time for that particular process to go through both the city process and the region process as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Just looking around, I like to give a few extra seconds, but I don't see any. So thanks very much, Corey. You can certainly follow along back on the YouTube channel. And thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with us this evening.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good night.
Our next delegation is Braden Raymond. Braden, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mayor.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. You've got 5 minutes and you'll hear a bell at the 4-minute mark, but I'll guide you through that process afterwards if there's any questions for you. So welcome and please begin.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor McGarry, and good evening to yourself and the esteemed councillors and staff. My name is Braden Raymond. I'm a voting resident here in the city of Cambridge. I'm a current student at the University of Waterloo. And very soon I'm going to be an international tournament paintball player. I'm attending the National X-Ball League Mid-Atlantic Major event in Philadelphia this June with the Toronto Chargers. I'm looking for the council's enthusiastic support for this ministry zoning order as a young person who wants to see other young people have the opportunity to compete at the highest levels of tournament paintball wearing the banners of Team Canada and other internationally recognized Canadian teams, such as semi-professional teams Toronto Chargers, Royal City Sea Dogs, and Northern Momentum. Now, this is not the first time that I've spoken to council. In fact, I had the opportunity to speak a few weeks ago, and I explained the impact paintball has had on myself and many others around me. My experience of learning the sport at Flag Raiders and eventually joining a tournament team that based itself at the Flag Raiders facility and proudly winning several tournaments since then around Ontario wearing their logo. I would like to take the time today to remind council of the painful gap in my enjoyment and pursuit of excellence in the sport that the absence of Flag Raiders has caused me, as well as highlight the importance of the facility in Cambridge and the benefits of the Kossuth Road location. So currently my teammates and I, who are making a bid to not only play in the top flight of Canadian paintball next year in the Ontario Paintball League, but are also looking to attend the world's largest paintball event at the NXL World Cup in November, are forced to carpool and travel at a minimum to a facility in Hamilton that can deliver to us the tournament-rated facilities we need to perform at the level we wish to achieve. It is not lost on me, however, that the very successful Cambridge Redhawks have several facilities within Cambridge where they can train and put their skills to the test. As you can imagine, I'm one of the lucky ones. Hamilton is not all that far away from here, but many players who live beyond the city limits of Cambridge must travel even farther distances. And with the rising cost of living and fuel, this has taken a toll on myself and my teammates, costing us more to travel to where we can play, making it harder to practice on weekends and with practically no options to practice on weeknights simply due to distance and cost. And like any soccer, hockey, or baseball player, paintball is my sport. But unlike any of those sports, I have to travel beyond my city for the opportunity to play and refine my skills. The Flag Raiders location at Kossuth Road, in my opinion, is simply the best possible solution for players like myself and this community. First of all, Flag Raiders has the ability to begin operating almost immediately and without the expense to taxpayers like other sports in our community. Although I'd love to see funding extended to paintball one day, the city stands to benefit currently with no financial requirement. Furthermore, the close proximity to a growing international airport cannot be understated as the Ontario Paintball League continues to draw in teams from different parts of the country, as well as individual players looking to play at the highest levels of the sport. The central location of Flag Raiders and Cambridge itself is a notable benefit, being situated in the perfect middle between Cambridge or Kitchener. For example, currently my teammates and I, with far drives home, rarely get to spend quality bonding time together beyond practice. If we played at the Kossuth Road location, we would likely visit many nearby restaurants, such as the Forefathers Brewery or the New York in downtown Hespeler. This only expands when the tournament series is in town. As I'm sure you've heard before, the economic spinoff from tournaments reaches into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Kossuth Road is unique in that it offers a variety to players as well. There is space to set up the tournament fields for myself and others to train and practice on, but there's also space for players to engage in the game recreationally. There's space for young kids and families to enjoy birthday parties and get the itch like I did. And one day, hopefully, I'll have the chance to teach those young children and make them great players in the sport as well. I personally train at the gym several times a week to play this sport. I watch videos and film of players and teams from across the world to improve my game. And I wake up before the sun rises in the morning, like players of other sports, to make it to games or practice on time. But if I were a hockey player, baseball player, soccer, or football player, I would have this opportunity to also play in my hometown. But because I'm a paintball player, I currently do not. I'm imploring you to help me and so many others to change that. So I thank you for your time, and I will gladly answer any questions that you may have that are within my ability to answer.
Thank you, Braden, for your presentation this evening. I'm just going to look to members of council now to see if there's any questions for you. And seeing none, I have one. I do recall your presentation from a few weeks ago when we were doing the public meeting on this very item. And you would have heard, had you been there for the whole presentation, that there's a number of neighbors that are unhappy with the noise and, you know, I guess just the inconvenience of having a noisy sport next to their homes. And I also heard during that period of time that there was a change in equipment from, you know, years ago when Flag Riders was operating on that property. Since you play the sport so much, are you able to sort of just make a comment and clarify what the noise is like with the equipment they're using? Is there a pop of the gun every time a paintball is shot? But could you speak to kind of the noise of the game and how that might travel? Thanks.
Yeah, certainly I can comment to an extent on that. So there is, because of the system that a paintball marker uses being high pressured air cylinders, there is a motion of the bolt moving that does create a noise. But part of the game is communication. And so players themselves need to have effective communication in order to win. And so it's actually been the goal of several companies that manufacture both our HBA tanks and our paintball markers to reduce the noise as much as possible, therefore making it easier for us to play. So since tournament paintball has really taken off in the last 20 years, and it's, in my opinion, just only growing and growing, it seems, these companies have started to refine the spool-based bolt systems that they have. They're a closed bolt design. They're all internal, and they consistently, with each new marker that hits the market, they reduce the sound even further. So right now, if you were to attend a tournament, when the buzzer goes and a point of the game were to start, there might be, you know, a little bit of a loud noise right off the hop because everyone starts, you know, firing at each other. But that quickly dies down because, you know, players get eliminated and the game progresses, and it's really, you can only see each other right at the start. So you really try to hit those guys right at the very beginning, but then it starts to quiet down. Now, that being said, once you start traveling away from like the mesh that surrounds the tournament field, it quickly starts to reduce in noise. And if you were to walk even, say, 100 meters away, it would be just kind of in the background, but it wouldn't be, in my opinion at least, it wouldn't be an annoying noise at that point. I remember being at Flag Raiders when they had the Ever After Music Fest, and the noise of that was 10 times as loud, and you could hear that, you know, from one side of the Flag Raiders field, like the far side compared to where the music festival is. So if I were to compare it to that, it's not even close, the way the sound carries.
Thank you. Those are good details to know. The other thing I just wanted to touch base on briefly was the communication between players. I remember hearing some of the neighbors complaining that there was a lot of shouting and yelling, but how do players communicate to each other?
So we do communicate vocally. Now, in the large recreational games, those games will permit people to have like radios and walkie-talkies should they wish. For tournament games, we do speak to each other verbally on the field. We're not allowed to use radio communication. But that said, the the tournament fields aren't too big in themselves. So really, like, there might be the odd yell to get someone's attention, but we try to actually have conversations on the field. So we're not screaming at each other because it gets lost in translation. So it's actually a skill to be able to move away from any type of shouting and to be able to communicate effectively by having a conversation. That's me getting really deep into it as someone who plays at a high level. But there is the odd, yell, but it's not like a concert with people yelling consistently at all. It's not. And with that as well, I should mention that the nature of the sport for spectators as well is quite quiet because spectators are not supposed to give away where players are in the field. So typically, as odd as it might sound, spectators watch in silence to allow the game to progress naturally as it should.
Okay, thank you for that. That's very good information, Braden. And I'll just make sure that there's no other questions from members of council. And there doesn't appear to be. So thank you very much for your presentation this evening and for spending the time to come and explain. Thanks so much.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it.
Our next delegation is Carol Thormond. So we'll just bring Carol into the meeting. Carol, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can.
And we can hear you. So you have your 5 minutes. So please begin and welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I've been waiting for several months for this request to come before Council, and it's a little ironic that it comes to you on the same day when a site operator for the CTS has been announced. There are 4 pillars in the regional drug strategy, and the number one, often neglected, is prevention. One of the ways we can deter people from addiction is to keep them connected and actively involved in the community.
Carol, it's Mayor McGarry. I'm going to ask you to stick to the topic at hand, which is the MZO request. Thank you.
This is going to tie in. Thank you. One way we can deter people is to keep them connected and actively involved in the community with activities that include a sense of belonging, physical activity, and teamwork. Since private enterprises have much more ability and flexibility to provide that, we need to remove as many barriers as possible for their continued success. A recent report on youth satisfaction gave dismal grades to the City of Cambridge, but you have the opportunity now to turn that around. MZOs became popular because they cut through the layers of red tape. In the application before you tonight, the staff report seems to only add further delays to a business much welcomed and successful in the community. For well over a year, they've explored multiple avenues, held public meetings, made themselves accessible to answer any public concerns, and are still unable to operate their legal business in Cambridge. Other small communities have found ways to successfully welcome paintball teams, and I respectfully ask Council to endorse this petition while there is time to save this valuable service to our community. Every additional delay hurts our struggling young people too.
Thank you for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council right now to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any. I just have one myself. Certainly, some of the report here is talking about some of the things that council's looking for when it comes to potentially providing an endorsement for an MZO site. But given that council moved a motion last year to have a planning justification report and community consultation and consultation with other agencies, which is one of the reasons why we're here tonight and why this report looks the way it is. Carol, just wondering if you think this delay is too much, or whether council should be requesting these kinds of things, given that in the legislation under MZO, there's usually not any municipal processes. You know, the minister has full authority to provide an MZO, and in some cases doesn't even give the courtesy of letting the council know ahead of time. So just my question would be, recommendation as put out by staff today is really due to council's requirement for this going ahead. But as I said, I'm just wondering if you think that that's too much under the circumstances.
I think in this particular instance, yes, it is too much, because as Corey ably pointed, she's already met and exceeded many of those requests already, is quite willing to complete the tasks still laid out, but she has already done what staff is going to delay, or is requesting that will further delay this. Even if council approves this request tonight, the reality is it's going to take some time for this to move forward. Anything you do to delay that process tonight further jeopardizes a legal business and a need in our community.
Okay, thank you. And as I said, there are council processes that staff is having to follow this evening. I don't see any other hands up, Carol. So thank you very much for taking the time and presenting this evening. And you can continue to follow along this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
And our last delegation this evening is Tony Schmidt. We'll just bring Tony into the meeting.
Too much, because as Corey.
Tony, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Great. Have you turned down the YouTube channel?
Yes, I did right away.
Sounds like you did. All right. Welcome, Tony, and you have 5 minutes. If you're past the 4-minute mark, you will hear a bell at 4 minutes. That just gives you a minute warning to wrap up. But welcome, and please begin.
Thank you so much. Mayor McGarry, members of council, staff, thank you for taking time tonight to allow me to speak. My name is Tony Schmidt, and I'm here to speak in support of the Kimson family and flag raiders returning to Kossuth Road. In my opinion, the timing for this topic is perfect following the discussion and review of placemaking opportunities it brings to the city. It helps improve the standard of life for the existing residents. It brings the community closer together. It also helps local businesses land employment talent to the city. Businesses don't just pick their staff. Potential employees look at more than the job offer. We investigate cost of living, schools, amenities, and lifestyle to help them decide to relocate their families and put down roots. Right here is an opportunity to add flag raiders to the list of attractions. The benefit here is that it would not cost us there would be no cost to the city. In fact, it would increase revenue as their taxes would significantly increase, reflected on their land use. We have also heard from the term sports tourism many times, and the economic spin-off that it provides to local businesses, restaurants, and retailers. You have seen a number of support letters from the Chamber and Waterloo Tourism. It's another check in the win column. I've listened to all the meetings, looked at potential options for the Kimson family. I've heard many comments in support and some against. Watched and listened to all their efforts to engage the community both for and against their cause. It all adds up to a huge support to find a solution to get the Kimson family back into business. Although the MZO may seem like using a hammer on a fly, it truly is the best option in the city's wheelhouse to get the Kimson family operating and bring back provincial tournament play home to Cambridge yet again this season. The MZO relieves the pressures from City Council and staff, placed it squarely on the shoulders of the Kimsons, the flag raiders, and the minister moving forward. This process has taken a large toll on the Kimson family and no doubt a lot of time and effort from council and staff. I hope this council considers this tool as the best solution to get a local family with deep roots in this community back operating. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Tony, for spending the time with us. I'm just going to turn to members of council at the moment to see if there's any questions for you.
Thank you.
And seeing none, I always like to give a few extra seconds. No, I don't see any here so far. So thank you very much for taking the time to present this evening. And you can continue to turn up your YouTube channel to follow along with the rest of the item. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think what we'll do at the moment, Council, is that we're going to move to place the item on the floor, and then Council may ask any questions of staff. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Leggett, that report 22-069 CD, recommendation report, Minister's Zoning Order Request, MZOs, at 1550 Kossuth Road be received. And that Council directs city staff to review and circulate the requested MZO to internal city departments for review and comment. And that Council requests the proponent to circulate the request and supporting material to the Region of Waterloo, Grand River Conservation Authority, Six Nations of the Grand River, and Mississaugas of the Credit for review and comment. And that Council requests the proponent to consult with neighboring property owners, Six Nations of the Grand River and Mississaugas of the Credit on a requested MZO. And further, that the proponent report back to staff on the results of the circulation and consultation in order for staff to prepare a recommendation report for further consideration of this request by Council. And speaking to the motion. Well, I think that Council has heard many people who support the flag raiders, and we've heard from some neighbors that have concerns. And I know that after our last visit to an MZO, Council is reluctant to use this planning motion. However, it does seem to be the only way to get the flag raiders to possibly have a season this summer or fall. So I'm in support of the motion. I think, as Councillor Leggett pointed out, much of this has been done in terms of the consultation. However, we haven't circulated it to city departments for review and comment, and we don't have a report from flag raiders as to the result of those consultations. So I would support the motion, and with the idea that I think it could be brought back very quickly, hopefully to our next meeting, where we would have all the information in front of us and then be able to vote with all the knowledge available. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move next to Councillor Leggett. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so first I have a question of Mr. Cooper. The proponent has stated that in the pre-consultation, there should have been some comments from the GRCA, but yet we haven't heard about that. So have we got the comments from the GRCA already?
Through Madam Mayor, so the city hasn't circulated the MZO request to the GRCA. That's really the purpose of today's report is to get that direction to do so. So we don't have comments from review authorities like the region or the GRCA. In terms of the pre-consultation that would have been held a couple of years ago, I would have to look to confirm whether they provided comments. Typically, the GRCA would provide comments directly to a proponent and copy the city or the region. So that's something I'd have to confirm on.
Okay, that'd be great if that could be done. Thank you. So I just want to make some comments here.
Councillor Leggett, I'm just wondering if we could do questions first and then come back for comments.
Oh, sorry. I thought with Councillor Wolf doing comments that we were doing both at the same time, but that's okay. I can wait. That's fine.
Yeah, she brought the motion forward, so she was able to speak to it. But if you could hold off, I'll come back to you for a comment first. I'm looking for further questions to staff at the moment. And I have a couple. So I'm just going to ask staff about the planning justification report. And again, these processes were put in place by a motion that council passed last year. And I know that there's been, the request by council is put in a full planning justification report. So I'm just looking to staff to see if indeed what has been submitted so far would be a full planning justification report. And then I've got another couple of questions after that. Go ahead, Brian. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, what's been submitted is titled a vision document. It does include a policy analysis. That typically is what we would see in a plan justification report. Again, though, as per the council policy, staff haven't conducted a detailed review. We're looking for that direction from council tonight in order to review the submitted materials, including that supporting document, and circulate internally. So staff very well may have comments on the submitted document as it stands now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will follow up to about some of the timing. I'm certainly aware, as everybody else in the provinces, is that we're coming up to a provincial election on June 2nd. And then anytime after a new government is formed, no matter which party is in play, even if it's the same one that's elected again, there's a process by which, they have to set up the new government. There has to be a naming of a cabinet. There needs to be staff hired, establishing offices, contact information, and that kind of scenario. So I know that in the city here, we've had 2 MZO endorsements by council so far. If I remember the first one, I think the minister was back to us in 5 or 6 weeks. And the recent MZO endorsement was at least 4 or 5 months. And that's been delayed. So I'm wondering, Brian, if you could sort of speak to the normal timing here while we're facing an election and we don't have a minister in place at the moment. By the time that comes around, how long after a minister would sign off that you would be allowed to sort of move ahead here? So I'm just wondering if you could sort of talk about the process and the potential timing here. Thank you. Or maybe Hardy needs to, I'm not sure who, but Brian, you've unmuted, so you're it.
I was going to just say, Madam Mayor, perhaps I could defer that to Mr. Bromberg, just on the past MZOs, because yes, there is a process with the province. He may be able to better speak to that.
Okay, thank you. He's unmuted too. I missed him earlier. Go ahead, Mr. Bromberg.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to council. The normal process would be if council were to support an MZO for the property, we would provide the council recommendation to the proponent, in this case flag graders, and the suggestion would be that flag graders would then connect with the province and go through that process. It would be a challenge for me to speculate on the timing as to when or if the minister would issue an MZO. However, if an MZO is issued on the property, there still is the matter of a site plan application that would be required. Generally, the site plan, because there was a temporary use bylaw on the property before, it would be likely simply considered a minor site plan application. However, we are reliant on outside agencies to provide comment and to sign off on the site plan application. A normal process for a site plan application would be in the neighborhood of about 6 months. I don't think it would take that long. However, we would need to rely on outside agencies that are outside of our control. So it may be a couple months in order to get a site plan application following a successful MZO issuance.
Thank you. And if I could just follow up again, Mr. Bromberg, the first MZO that council endorsed, as well as the second one, there wasn't the need at that time under legislation at the moment. I just wanted you to confirm that there's no municipal involvement in the current legislation for the ministerial zoning order, but the current or the just passed minister has requested for some of the processes and consultation to be done. And now that council has put this particular process in place, does that actually delay the whole process, or can it be done concurrently just in case we get any future requests, or is it actually delaying this particular request?
Well, I think maybe I want to reiterate what the Planning Act indicates. In Section 47 of the Planning Act provides the ability for a minister to issue a minister's zoning order. So it's not council's ability to issue a minister's zoning order that rests solely with the province. Through the experience of a recent support from this council to the province for a minister's zoning order, there were some subsequent communications with the province that indicated they anticipated and expected some form of consultation, and hence council endorsed the policy which we have presented again this evening, and our recommendations are based on the council policy, which would include some form of consultation. So, but the Planning Act does not require, does not speak to that consultation. However, there may be some, if council chooses to support an MZO, there may be some subsequent communication from the province asking for some additional consultation or clarifying what consultation took place.
Thank you. That's good clarification. We'll move to comments, and Councillor Liggett, you've been patient. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on all of that before I get into my own comments is, I don't think we're here to determine how long it would take the minister to provide a minister's zoning order. That's totally outside of our realm, and we just do what we can do to try to forward something that we think is important for the community. But I do want to bring to everyone's attention, and I think I find it very disconcerting that back when this policy, when I asked for a policy be put in place, and it came to us last October, and I brought it to everyone's attention that there was a bullet point missing from the policy at the time. And that was the consultation with Six Nations and First Nations. And, I asked for that, and I didn't get support for that to be added in. And and I was told then at the time that it wasn't necessary to have a bullet point, but yet, when I look at this motion, along with the people who are expected to be consulted with those bullet points, lo and behold, here's First Nations and Six Nations. So I feel like we need to go back to the policy and put those in, because we're asking someone to do something that isn't in the policy. So if we could do that at some point in the future, I would appreciate it, because I think it should have been done in the first place. But other than that, I'm supportive of going forward. And staff can look and see what has been, work as quickly as possible with proponent to see what still needs to be done. And I'm supportive of this motion. And as Councillor Wolf has said, that staff will look and review and come back to us with comments, but we should be moving as quickly as possible on this one.
Thank you. And I'll move next to Councillor Reid. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I find myself in a quandary here. Of course, flag raiders had operated in the past in Ward 1, my ward, and they're wanting to come back again. And I do believe that the majority, if not all, of people on council want them to be in Cambridge, want them to operate. And we're trying to find a way forward that meets all of the policies and procedures that we have within the city and within the region. And we're struggling here trying to find a way for this to happen in the right way. We can't be breaking policies. We can't be doing things that aren't within our purview to do. I'm not really a fan of MZOs, and even if we approve this one tonight, one of the things that I would really have problems with is the fact there's no appeal process. So my constituents who feel very differently about having this within their neighborhood would have no opportunity to appeal it should they wish to do so. And that's taking away some of the rights that people have. And that's what some of the problem I have with MZO. We have put in policy, so at least you have to talk to people and you have to try and come up to some solutions and, before we do it. I think that because this motion does not really approve an MZO, what it does is say that staff has to come back with a report. And at that time, we would approve or disapprove an MZO. So if I'm correct in my assessment of that, I can support this motion for tonight. And then when staff comes back with their report, I would have another opportunity to look at it and to see if it meets all of the policies and criteria of both the city and the region. And so as I said, I'm in a quandary. I really want flag raiders to be able to exist and to be able to run this summer. I just am not sure that that's a possibility, even if we were to approve this tonight. There's, as Deputy Manager Bromberg has said, there's processes that have to be gone through. And I just don't think that this is going to result in what flag raiders has hoped. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Mann. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I support this motion tonight, and I think flag raiders have done a great job of trying to pursue an MZO to get what they want, but at the same time, they have not put all their eggs in one basket, and they have they're pursuing another option of a zoning bylaw change in parallel with the MZO. I give them credit for that because they're not putting all their eggs in one basket, but I think it's time that we got this train moving along the tracks. And the sooner we get the MZO submitted to the province, the sooner we'll get an answer. And development is going to occur out in this area in the future. When that's going to occur, we don't know, but it is going to occur as this municipality begins to grow. Whether it occurs in the next 10 years or 20 years, it is going to occur. And as our population continues to grow and we reach that 1 million people in the region of Waterloo, where is that going to occur? It's going to occur in various areas across this city and other cities within the region. And so I think we need to work through this as soon as possible and ask staff to bring back the report with the recommendation that they come back with so that we can move this along. And absolutely, I will support this motion as we go forward tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Urmeta. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, a lot of good points tonight. I firmly support flag raiders, and they've done a lot of excellent work in the community. And I know there are some concerns with the neighbors, but I believe that they can be addressed. And any problems that if any, could be mitigated. And I am concerned about the timing. I think that this has been going on way too long, and the can just keeps getting kicked down the road. And I'd really like to speed this up. I think that we need to put a timeline on this. It'd be nice to have something back by the next meeting so that we can make a decision. Because, this is small business. This is the backbone of the community. And when you look at all the people they bring in, and they've been very loyal to the community all these years. And I feel there are just too many hassles and that we need to get moving on this. So thank you.
And I'll go next to Councillor Devine. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through Mayor McGarry. I can't support an MZO. I do believe that MZO flies in the face of good planning. We have rules and regulations in place. I don't think this is an application for it. However, in saying that, I walked that property, the front 5, 6, 7 acres, whatever it might be, is agriculture. Maybe not the best agriculture, but once you get back, if you go south of that, the good Lord himself couldn't grow a crop back there. That's not agriculture at all. I do believe that it needs to be rezoned as a secondary use. That's what I believe. And I will support that right to the bitter end. Right to the bitter end. But I will not support an MZO. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Adshade. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm in support of the flag raiders. They've been a great community partner. Like Councillor Devine, I was out on the property and I see a berm and hills. I can't see very good. I can't see it being used for farmland. And I think with the new wood, with the new trees and the berm and everything, it wouldn't cause that much of a. And the new changes to technology with paintball, I don't think it would cause much of a problem with the neighbors. But I guess the question I have now is time is the essence. They really want to get moving on this if they can save their season. So I'm just wondering, a question I just came to my mind for staff. I know we had questions earlier, but just came to my mind. Do they think they can have a report ready for our next council meeting? Would that give them enough time?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the staff report did include actually a bit of an outline on when city staff would need material back in order to bring another report to council. So it's on page 481 of the agenda package. The next available date really is July 19th. And in order to hit that date, we would need the material by June 15th. So that's based on our report cycle. So we would not be able to bring back a report next week.
Thank you. It is clearly laid out there. Councillor Adshade, you still have your hand up, or you completed your remarks? Okay. Councillor Hamilton's next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I want to thank all the delegates for coming out and speaking, some of which we've heard from quite a few times, which is a testament to how much people care about this issue and this property and this business. So it's given us a lot to think about. And I share the concerns of Councillor Reid and Councillor Devine as well. I'm cautiously in support of the motion as it is. I think we've learned a lot from the issues and the ordeal we've gone through with MZOs over the past year, that they're not something to rush through. So I want to reiterate again to all the delegations that came in, to anyone out in the public, this isn't a verdict on whether or not we like paintball, or whether or not we support small business, or whether or not we want tourism in Cambridge. Of course, we want all those things, right? The issue for me is always, if we rush this, if we really focus on speed, get it done, what are the technical and administrative and legal processes that we might miss and that might come back to bite us in the end? That is my concern. And so I'm in support of the motion because I really do want staff to give us a careful looking over to make sure that we go through with this as quick as possible, taking into consideration those legal technicalities, administrative processes, because we don't want to set a precedent either, that if someone comes to us, we can just start rushing things through. So again, I'm in support of this, but I think we have to tread cautiously, and we just have to make sure that every box that needs to be ticked has been done so, it's been checked over, and we can go through with something like this, if we do confidently, knowing that we've double checked, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. The neighbors that came out to speak in opposition to this, we have to make sure that their concerns are taken care of, that the equipment is indeed quieter than it was 10 years ago, that those circumstances have changed, that the berm is significant enough, because those also factor in. yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Just say again, I'm in support of this, and I'm looking forward to seeing how all of those legal, technical, administrative processes can go forward without any issues in the future. And I trust staff to find that out for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add my comments. Certainly, my council colleagues have made a lot of great points. I certainly appreciate the delegations coming forward, and I certainly appreciate that not everybody's on the same page. I think that we had a good discussion about managing expectations as well. I think that as much as people would like to see this resolved, there are hurdles and hoops that we need to go through. That's going to take some time, and it's not lost on anybody that there's no current minister involved yet either. So cabinet needs to be made, and that needs to go forward as well. So we have to recall that that work will be backed up as well. With all that being said, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adchate.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Mehta.
Favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So we'll be seeing a report back once all the information has come forward to staff, and staff has that time to circulate and get the comment from the agencies and the internal processes that they need to do. And I know they're working as quickly as possible. All right, so we're now going to go to our next agenda item, which is 11.5.1, Report 22-015 OCM 3850 King Street East, Kitchener, Ontario, property acquisition. We have Kevin DeLiebeck, Director of Engineering, available for questions, but I think we'll get going with the motion on the floor. Councillor Reid, you have the motion. Would you like the clerk to read it?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Mann, that report 22-015 OCM 3850 King Street East, Kitchener, Ontario property acquisition be received as information. And that council authorized the purchase of the property municipally known as 3850 King Street East, Kitchener, Ontario, in accordance with the terms and conditions as set out in agreement of purchase and sale at a purchase price of $950,000 and at a total cost inclusive of applicable taxes and ancillary costs of approximately $1 million. And further, that a capital project be established for the property acquisition and be funded from project number A/00431-40. And further, that a transfer of $1 million from project number A/00431-40 be approved. And further, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute all documentation required to implement and give effect to the adopted recommendations as set out in this report, subject to the satisfaction of the city solicitor.
May I speak to it?
Thank you. I was just going to ask you to. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think this is a good acquisition for the city of Cambridge. I'm very pleased to be moving this motion. The property is right next to Central Park, and as that it will be available for many kinds of things that would be perhaps even in our placemaking processes and in transformation. So I do believe that it is a good acquisition for the city, and I'm hoping that everyone will be in support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now look to see if there's any questions from members of council. Councillor Mehta, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a little bit confused. Is this the King Street in Preston or King Street in Kitchener? Because mine says Kitchener. Is it to do with the road allowance, or have we gotten to that yet? Just trying to figure out which King Street we're on. Thank you.
Thank you. It is in your map, I believe, but can I have staff just confirm there, please? Go ahead, Paul. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is in connection with 3850 King Street East in Kitchener.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, does Councillor Armetta, your hand is still up? Is that a legacy hand? Okay, thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was kind of thrown too. So we've already done the property on King Street in Preston to do with Central Park. This is the one that's up by the east, the land's up by the railway track, correct? Yes, thank you. Okay, that's what I thought.
Are there any further questions? And seeing none, how about comments? Seeing no further comments, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Armetta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Mayor
And thank-
McGarry, may I offer my apologies? I was just over anxious, I guess, on this one.
Yep, no problem. I did want to point out to members of council that the map of this property, 3850 King Street East, that we just voted on, is on page 535 of your agenda. So that concludes our regular agenda for this evening. So does any member of council have any other business for discussion? Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor and Council, I just want to bring your attention to a zoning bylaw amendment application has been filed with the Township of North Dumfries. The applicant, CBM Aggregates, proposes the expansion of their existing sand and gravel operation, the Dance Pit, with a proposed new licensed area of approximately 29 hectares. This will put it extremely close to our city boundary in West Galt and affect many of our residents. The township will be holding a meeting the last week of June where interested parties can submit comments and identify concerns. And the date of the meeting will be posted on the North Dumfries website, and there will be a sign at the Dance Pit saying when the meeting is. And I just wanted to make sure our residents were aware of this.
Thank you. That's good information. Are there any further items of other business? Seeing none, we're now going to move on to motions. Councillor Liggett provided notice of motion for this one at the May 17th Special Council meeting. And we do have one registered delegation for this item, KLG. So we're just going to take a moment to get Kate in to our meeting. Okay, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And I can hear you. Just let me say a couple of remarks. Just you'll have 5 minutes to speak to council, and just remind you to stick to the item of which you're speaking to this evening and ensure that your comments remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And if you've gone beyond 4 minutes, you'll hear a bell at that point. That'll give you a minute to wrap up. And if you wouldn't mind staying on the line in case there's any questions from council for you, and I'll guide you through that process. So welcome. We do have the presentation up now. So just let the clerk know when you're ready to advance the slides. So welcome, Kay. Please begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name's Kay Elgie. I'm a Waterloo resident, longtime community activist, and member of a new citizens group called Green WR, which I'll tell you more about shortly. But I'm here today to speak to you about a concern about our climate crisis. Next slide. I know you're aware of the climate crisis because Cambridge joined all the other municipalities in the region of Waterloo in 2019, declaring we are in a climate emergency. Should be on the second slide by now, actually. And you promised to put your energy into changing this. So I want to thank you for doing that. The slides moving on my screen, but hopefully they are for you. Yeah, there we go. And on to the next slide. Again, in 2021, you agreed with 50 by 30 Waterloo region that we needed to do better than the more gradual emission reductions recommended by Climate Action WR and make a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Again, thanks very much for doing that.
Okay, it's Mayor
Yes.
McGarry. I'm just going to let you know that if you're watching YouTube, there's a 25 to 30 second delay.
Oh, so that's why. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yep. So if you wouldn't
All right.
mind, just what slide should we be on now?
We should be on slide 3.
Okay, yep. So ignore YouTube because there's too much delay and you'll be confused.
Okay.
So,
All right. Okay.
go ahead.
But reaching this target doesn't happen by having good intentions or by passing motions. It doesn't even happen by having a good plan. We need to be taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions now. And the good news is we have the solutions. They just aren't happening fast enough. We also know that many of the most impactful climate actions we can undertake are here at the local level. We can design our communities to be more sustainable, complete, and compact. We can better facilitate public transit and active modes of transportation. Can undertake actions to protect farmland, water aquifers, and natural areas. We can stop needlessly demolishing perfectly sound single-family homes and replace them with fancier new single-family. We can build and retrofit far more efficient buildings that utilize better energy sources. So many of these actions fall under the broad heading of green development standards. And here in Waterloo region, a new citizens group called Green WR has formed to see how we can encourage and accelerate the adoption of green development standards by the region of Waterloo and area municipalities. And so this motion before you today, the Build It Right the First Time motion, is one of our first initiatives. And it recognizes that 45% of our emissions come from buildings. Next slide, please. And the motion recognizes that our buildings are too often built only to the minimum of the Ontario Building Code, which is quite insufficient if we are to meet our target of reducing 50% of building emissions by 2030. We need to do better. Fortunately, there are guidelines already approved to help us do this, mainly the new National Model Building Code recently released by the National Research Council. As you can see from the diagram, the goal is to have every building in Canada be a net zero building, meaning a building which consumes no more energy than it produces. And rather than saying you can go on creating energy polluting hogs from now until 2030, when suddenly everything must change overnight to net zero, the code lays out 5 steps to this goal and a timeline for gradually raising the minimum standards to a higher level. Sound good? Sound like a reasonable approach? Next slide. Unfortunately, Ontario's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing didn't think so. Steve Clark proposed that Ontario disregard the gradual approach advocated by the new Model Building Code. The latest Ontario Building Code updates contain no timeline for increasing minimum energy performance standards step by step to the highest energy tier. And the minimum energy performance of the code proposed do not materially improve on old standards, according to the Atmospheric Fund and Efficiency Canada. As you can see, there was an opportunity to comment on the minister's recommendation on the environmental registry. As a decision has not yet been announced, we hope Cambridge will contact the ministry to urge it to bring Ontario's building code in line with the new Model Building Code developed by the National Research Council. Many scientists and research coalitions say such a move is essential. If we don't start retrofitting and building to better standards now, there will be more to do later. Developers tell us over and over that they are happy to build to higher standards as long as everyone is doing it. Mandatory higher standards level the playing field and will help us achieve our 50 by 30 target. It is more cost efficient to build it right the first time, particularly when we know what needs to be done. So please do your part to move us along this path by adopting this motion and sending your recommendations to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, area MPPs, and all Ontario municipalities. Thanks for considering this request.
Okay, thank you, Kay, for your delegation. I'm just going to see if there are any questions from Council for you, and I've got one from Council Hamilton. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And thank you very much, Kay, for the presentation and for caring so much about such an important issue. I couldn't agree more that energy efficiency and building retrofits are an overlooked solution to the climate crisis. So thank you for helping to bring this presentation forward. I know that a similar motion has gone through to other local councils like Waterloo. Can you share with us, because you said you're advocating in the region, how it's gone so far? How has the response been, and where are you seeing movement with your initiative?
Right. So it was passed by the City of Waterloo to start. And then the second place was the Township of Woolwich, passed it unanimously on April the 11th. And then the City of Kitchener passed it unanimously about a week ago. And that's as far as we've got with it. It will be coming to Wilmot Council very shortly. And I think North Dumfries Township is considering it as well. So it's been very well received, and we've been quite happy about that.
Oh, thank you, Kay. It's a great start, and it's an important initiative, and congratulations on all your work so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions for our delegation? Seeing none, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you again, Kay, for coming in to delegate and for your presentation this evening. And you can now follow along on the YouTube channel to see the remainder of this item if you so wish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. Really appreciate it.
Councillor Liggett, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you. Let me just see who my seconder is on this. Oh, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Armetta. The motion, Ontario must build it right the first time, and the recommendation, and this is a long one, guys. Whereas the province of Ontario adopted greenhouse gas reduction targets of 30% by 2030, and emissions from buildings represented 22% of the province's 2017 emissions. Whereas all Waterloo Region municipalities, including the City of Cambridge, adopted greenhouse gas reduction targets of 80% below 2012 levels by 2050, and endorsed in principle of 50% reduction by 2030 interim target with the support of bold and immediate provincial and federal actions. Whereas greenhouse gas emissions from buildings represent 45% of all emissions in Waterloo Region, and an important strategy in the Transform Waterloo Region Community Climate Action Strategy adopted by all councils in Waterloo Region targets new buildings to be net zero carbon or able to transition to net zero carbon using region-wide building standards and building capacity and expertise of building operators, property managers, and in the design and construction sector. Whereas the draft national model building code proposes energy performance tiers for new buildings and a pathway to requiring net zero ready construction in new buildings, allowing the building industry, skilled trades and suppliers to adapt on a predictable and reasonable timeline while encouraging innovation. Whereas the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing consulted on changes for the next edition of the Ontario Building Code, ERO number 019-4974, that generally aligns with the draft National Model Building Code, except it does not propose adopting energy performance tiers. It does not propose timelines for increasing minimum energy performance standards step by step to the highest energy performance tier. And according to Efficiency Canada and the Atmospheric Fund, it proposes adopting minimum energy performance standards that do not materially improve on the requirements in the current Ontario Building Code. Whereas energy efficient buildings provide owners and occupants with lower energy bills, improved building comfort, and resilience from power disruptions that are expected to be more common in a changing climate, tackling both inequality and energy poverty. Whereas the City of Cambridge, in partnership with area municipalities and utility companies in the region of Waterloo, are actively exploring developing green building standards. Whereas while expensive retrofits of the current building stock to achieve future net zero requirements could be aligned with end-of-life replacement cycles to be more cost efficient, new buildings that are not constructed to be new building ready will require substantial retrofit before end-of-life replacement cycles at significantly more cost, making it more cost efficient to build it right the first time. Therefore, be it resolved that Council requests the Province of Ontario to include in the next edition of the Ontario Building Code tiered energy efficiency standards and a time frame for when higher tiers would become the minimum energy efficiency requirements in the code, consistent with the draft tiered National Model Building Code. That Council requests the Province of Ontario to adopt a more ambitious tier of the draft tiered National Model Building Code as a minimum energy efficiency requirement than the tiers currently proposed for the next edition of the Ontario Building Code. The Council requests the Province of Ontario provide authority to municipalities to require increased performance in energy efficiency through the implementation of tiered green development standards. That Council requests the Province of Ontario to facilitate capacity, education, and training in the implementation of the tiered National Model Building Code for municipal planning and building inspection staff, developers, and home builders to help build capacity. And further, that this resolution be provided to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, to area MPPs, and to all municipalities. And if I could just speak just for 1 second, because that was very self-explanatory, please.
Yep, go ahead, please.
I think my favorite part is where it talks about phasing in. So, you know, when people aren't forced to do stuff right away, there's a long phasing in period, then you have more of a buy-in on this. And this would, I'm hoping will make changes to the building code to do with things like the foam buildings that we see today. There's a lot of shopping malls that are done that way. I don't expect them to be 30, 50 years in existence. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that stuff go to the dump, and it won't degrade to what we need to have it happen. And that's produced from the oil and gas industry. So there's things that may come out of this, some good things that aren't written into this yet, but sometimes when we have to do work on something, we see something else as we go along that may need to be changed. So I was thrilled when I was asked to present this motion to Council, and I'm hoping that you all support it.
Thank you. I think we'll just move to any further comments at this point. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Here. Yes, I see that it is going to our MPPs, and I really applaud you for bringing this forward as well. I think it's a great motion, but I'm also aware that we're in election mode here in Ontario now. So if I don't know the process, and I don't know who does know the process, but if it goes from this meeting to the current MPPs, if there are changes in those MPPs, would it be passed on to the future MPPs?
I'm just going to confer with Madam Clerk, but it's usually a little bit before resolutions go out. So I'll just concur, since the new MPP will be chosen in a couple of days. I'll just confirm with Madam Clerk that what the process is and timing.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. What I might suggest is that we send it out this week, as we typically would with any resolutions passed by council, and then we'll follow up post-election once new MPPs are in place and named, and then we could ensure that it gets to both, whatever the outcome of the election is.
Thank you. That's great news.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm in full support of this motion. I want to thank Councillor Liggett and Councillor Mehta for bringing it forward. I think it's really forward thinking, and that let's solve today the problems we know are going to be coming down the line tomorrow. I know a lot of people out there, especially in construction industries, get a little scared when they hear more rules and regulations coming into play. But with anything to do with climate change, you have something called the tragedy of the commons, which is basically people put their short-term interest and gain ahead of the longer scale, greater good of the community. And so you need standards and regulations to prevent that from happening. And that's exactly what motions like this do, and the regulations like this will do. We'll prevent the crisis that we see coming down the road. So I thank Councillor Liggett and Councillor Mehta for bringing it forward, and for Kay for her delegation, and for spreading this around the region. It has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also support this motion. I agree that the phased in piece will really assist, but I think opening up the building code once it's set for modernization will certainly add the component of urgency to the building industry, and to ensure that they're looking longer term at how their buildings are relating to the citizens' desire, really, to ensure that climate change adaptations and mitigations are underway. And certainly this seems to have everything in it, from the building code down to a phased in approach, and so that we can better affect the climate change standard that we want to get to in the future. So seeing no further comments, I'm going to ask for the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So Councillor Liggett also provided late notice for this motion at the May 17th, 2022 special council meeting, but it wasn't printed in the previous agenda. So that's just clarification for a couple of questions that I've had. But Councillor Liggett, you have the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, my apologies in advance. This is another long one. I guess I should check and see who my seconder is. Oh, yes. My motion is to request the province of Ontario for a plan of action to address joint and several liabilities, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mehta. Whereas the cost of municipal insurance in the province of Ontario has continued to increase, with especially large increases going into 2022, and whereas joint and several liability continues to ask property taxpayers to carry the lion's share of a damage award when a municipality is found at minimum fault, and whereas these increases are unsustainable and unfair and eat at critical municipal services, and whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario outlined 7 recommendations to address insurance issues, including 1, that the provincial government adopt a model of full proportionate liability to replace joint and several liability. 2, implement enhancements to the existing limitations period, including the continued applicability of the existing 10-day rule on slip and fall cases, given recent judicial interpretations, and whether a 1-year limitation period may be beneficial. 3, implement a cap for economic loss awards. 4, increase the catastrophic impairment default benefit limit to $2 million and increase the third-party liability coverage to $2 million in government-regulated automobile insurance plans. 5, assess and implement additional measures which would support lower premiums or alternatives to the provision of insurance services by other entities such as nonprofit insurance reciprocals. 6, compel the insurance industry to supply all necessary financial evidence, including premiums, claims, and deductible limit changes which support its own and municipal arguments as to the fiscal impact of joint and several liability. 7, establish a provincial and municipal working group to consider the above and put forward recommendations to the Attorney General. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council for the Corporation of the City of Cambridge call on the Province of Ontario to immediately review these recommendations despite COVID-19 delays, as insurance premiums will soon be out of reach for many communities. And be it further resolved that this motion be provided to the next, I'm going to amend this as I go along, if you don't mind, the next Premier of Ontario, the next Minister of Finance, the, sorry, I'm messing this one up, the Council of the Region of Waterloo, and all Ontario municipalities. So that could be added in and just say the next government. If I could
Councillor Liggett, if I might just jump in, I think Doug Downey is the Attorney General, is he not? So maybe you just add in the Minister of Finance, the Attorney General.
Yes, that works. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. If I could just speak to this for just 1 second, and then I'm going to hand this over to Ms. Van later. So this is a follow-up to a motion that we did, a report that came to us with a recommendation back in October 2019. And this is the next, the final step to the work that was done by staff at that time, and something that we supported as well. So if I could ask Cheryl to speak to that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, I'm happy to provide some context on the 2019 report and where the matter lies. So as Councillor Liggett indicated, we did bring a report back in 2019 in response to the province seeking engagement from municipalities on the concept and principle of joint and several liability. At that time, the staff report provided some of the Cambridge experience, as well as shared AMO's response to the consultation opportunity, which contained the 7 recommendations that Councillor Liggett has reviewed this evening. So at that time, Council did endorse the staff report and resolved to direct the city's response and endorsement of the AMO recommendations onto the province as part of the consultation response. So in staff's view, the motion before you this evening, if carried, would operate to effectively request to the province to reactivate that conversation and return to those recommendations and address them.
Okay, are there comments on this from members of council? I will certainly add my full support to this. This is something that every year at AMO conferences, municipalities line up behind the microscope or the microphones and ask the province of Ontario to deal with joint and several liability, because it is very onerous for municipalities to have to foot the costs, and unreasonably so sometimes. And no matter how many years in a row this has been asked for, the successive governments haven't dealt with it. So I'm hoping that this is timed well. It's certainly something that we've spoken to as a municipality in front of the Attorney General in 2019 about joint and several liability. So this will likely be supported by a great number of municipalities as well. So we'll continue to do this. I think it's a good place to start with the new government coming in, to have this in front of them so that we can finally get some fairness and some movement on revamping this this legislation. It's been long in the making, and it's been pretty onerous for municipalities. Seeing no further comment, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
Favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Okay, we're getting into the end of the meeting. So the next motion is related to items of correspondence and presentations at council. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann. Recommendation that all presentations and correspondence from the May 31st, 2022 special council meeting be received.
Thank you. Does anybody have any comments? Seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Next up is our consideration of bylaws. Councillor Devine, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Yes, introduction, consideration of bylaws moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade, that the following bylaws listed under the heading of introduction and consideration of bylaws be enacted and passed. 22-033 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 187-06 being a bylaw for the region regulation of traffic and parking, Brooklyn Road. 22-034 being a bylaw to close a portion of a public highway, part of Blenheim Road, Roseville Road. I so move.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Our next item is the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Adshade, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
I do, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Recommendation 22-035 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge.
Thank you. We're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Well, say it isn't so, but we have now reached the end of our agenda for today. So Councillor Mann, you have the motion for close of meeting. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf at the council meeting that now adjourn at 8:59 p.m.
Thank you. And I'll now call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Great. Thanks everybody for joining us this evening, and be safe and take care of each other. Good night now.
Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
Good night.
Night, everybody.